Welcome back to the show. I'm your nerdy host, Annie.
And I'm Sean.
Thanks for joining me. I appreciate it, Sean. Whether you're a filthy casual, a hardened pro, or a mobile gamer, join us as we rant, rave, and ramble about games that we like, and occasionally games that we don't like. But as always, we're here to ask the question, what's this game?
Halo Campaign Evolved.
And indeed, it was evolved. For better or for worse, the Campaign Evolved is the second time the first Halo game has been remade. The first time was a remaster, and this time is a full from-the-ground-up remake using legacy code and assets and stuff like that built on Unreal Engine, which is the first time for the Halo franchise, and it seems to be getting negative opinions just based on the fact that it's on Unreal Engine. But I would encourage anyone to hold that opinion until you actually play the game, especially if you're a fan of Halo. But seems more and more recently, the meme that nobody hates Halo more than Halo fans is true. Because I see posts and discourse and videos and commentary about how much people just hate this. And my friend Sean here and I were talking before the show, and he put it very aptly. For every one thing that I can find to gripe or complain or distaste about this remake, there are 5, 6, or even 7 things that I can be like, oh yeah, but they did this right, so that's good. Halo is a first-person shooter. If you don't know that by now, it's incredible that you are even considering yourself a gamer, and watching 31 episodes of this show, even more confusing. So, it is what a lot of people call a boomer shooter. It is, in multiplayer, a arena style like Quake, but in campaign, it's mostly hallways and big open rooms, fighting aliens and trying to stop the aliens from activating a super weapon. So, that's pretty much the story, and we'll get into it. So, thank you so much for joining me, Sean. I appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Going into it, what were your expectations for this game?
I would say that I attempted to have no expectations. I'm pretty well versed in the Halo franchise, so I had an idea of what to expect at a base level. But I think part of me wanted to be surprised, and I would say they achieved that.
I tried to do the same thing. I tried to go in with very little to no expectations. I tried to avoid all official promo material. I definitely avoided comments on the promo material. Something I was hesitant of before it even came out was the updates to Cortana. And that is a big piece of discourse that you will see a lot of people have, is they do not like the new model of Cortana. And for better or for worse, I can agree with them. I don't necessarily like a part of the model. It's mostly the mouth. It's like it's from the bridge of the nose down to the end of the jaw. Basically, that's it. If they could like fix like just the size of the jaw, I don't know specifically what the problem is, but I think it's uncanny. The mouth is too powerful. It moves too much. It's distracting, is I believe the word you used.
Yes. I found it slightly off-putting that her mouth moves too much. I don't know anyone in my day-to-day life that is that animated with their face.
Unless they're on TikTok or something. Yeah, absolutely. I think Jen Taylor, of course, did another phenomenal job reprising her role as Cortana, and I really appreciate that it's a reprisal. There is a shit ton of just reused MP3 files in the game because, I mean, we're not going to pay every single actor to come back in and revoice every line. So, Fohammer, for example, the Pelican pilot that helps you get to and from missions and drops you off equipment, she is literally just MP3s from the original game. Like, you can hear the radio static cut in and cut out exactly the same way. And I kind of appreciate that. But for the big main characters, Captain Keyes, Johnson, Master Chief, and Cortana, and 343. All of them come and reprise roles. Now, Johnson's not the original voice actor, but I personally think the new guy did a great job.
I would agree. I know that there were some people that were upset about it, but the original voice actor retired, and there's really nothing that can be done about that. So I think that the new talent came in and did an excellent job.
Unless you're going to offer him so much money that he can't say no, but that money is better used anywhere else, I think.
I agree.
I think I could agree that it's weird that his face is so different. It feels like he is he feels like he's younger and like somehow like fatter and flatter than the old Johnson. The old Johnson was very rugged and, you know, like you could tell he was like a military guy. The new Johnson, though, he seems like, I think it's maybe the stash, but it seems like he could be like a porno actor. Maybe that's just my opinion. I mean, the mustache is pretty impressive.
The thing with Johnson is that they have done they've done a new model for him every single game, and some are better than others. I would say that the new one is far and away better than the original Halo 1 remake. I don't know what they did with that one, but if you were to go back and say look at Johnson in Halo 2 compared to how he looked from the original Halo CE or Halo 3, they're so different from each other. So it's almost expected that Johnson's going to be a whole new guy every single game. The personality stays the same, and that's what's important.
Yeah, that's the important thing. I think they wrote the new Johnson just perfectly. I don't feel like he was out of place. I don't feel like he was too quirky or snarky or quippy. He, in the prequel missions, which were added to Campaign Evolved, you do with Johnson, and I really like the banter back and forth between him and Chief, especially at the very beginning of the mission.
I mean, he knows what the ladies like. That's Johnson through and through.
I don't think Chief is a lady, unless you go off that one Halo video.
I guess what I'm getting at there is you're talking about in the prequel missions.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that the writing team got his dialogue on point. The jokes that he makes, they don't seem out of character. They seem to fit with the existing personality that he was given. And when you have a whole new writing crew, which I would expect that the vast majority of the writing crew, if not the entire writing crew, is new, the ability to capture that essence in that character all of these years is impressive, and it avoids any kind of dissonance.
Do you still feel that way with the now canonization that Chief knows about Johnson being a Spartan?
I would say that Chief is 99% of the time a professional. I don't think that changed much. I'll be honest, I don't really know.
I don't think it really matters. Like, you could, in my opinion, say that you're annoyed with it because it brings into question into the lore that didn't really need to be there. Like, why this, why that, why, you know, why wasn't it shown before? Why don't we have knowledge of it now? Why are you just adding it in? It doesn't really ruin anything. It doesn't break continuity, in my opinion. It's just, in the mission itself, they don't even talk about it. He's just wearing a set of armor that is, like, secret, you know? So, it's not even blatantly displayed to you, the player. So, if you don't know that, you still don't know that.
That armor is, to me, something special. I had to bring it up to my wife the whole time I was playing it. That armor having details that not only does he have the stanchion rifle in the mission, that the armor has the little pod on his shoulder,
Mhm.
which is present on the Marines that use the stanchion rifle in Halo Wars.
Mhm.
I thought that those details were something special in those bonus missions.
I feel like they did a lot of that, where they had a lot of special attention to detail. There's a lot of people that worked on this game that either just do a really good job at what they're told, or they have been playing Halo for 20 years.
Yes. And I think whenever you have a community, no matter how vocal people may be about negative opinions one way or another about the game, the we've still been here this whole time and we have long memories. It's it's the whole reason that I think people get is emotional about it, is they want it to be this thing that they've enjoyed for all these years, and the people that made it, you can tell that they knew what they were doing. There are details that make it impossible for them not to have known what they were doing.
And the small details that they omitted or left out or whatever, I don't believe was incompetency or them not knowing or being a mistake. Like, in almost every iteration of the Mark IV armor, the 117 is plain bare right on the chest, so you can tell that one's Chief, you know. The Mark V doesn't have that except for in a couple iterations. The Mark VI sometimes has it, and then the Infinite armor has it. So it's inconsistent on whether Chief has the 117 at all, and just because the Mark IV suddenly doesn't have it, I don't think is a problem. I personally wish the 117 was always there. I think it looks good, but you don't really need a serial number on your Spartans. I mean, you don't.
I don't think anyone in the Halo universe is mistaking who Chief is. They have a pretty good idea who he is when he's around.
He's like the one Spartan that doesn't customize his armor at all. Except for in Halo 4, where Cortana completely gave him a weird custom suit of armor.
But that wasn't him. He was asleep.
Right, yeah, right, sure. So the prequel missions open up, and you and Johnson fly in on a Spirit that you evidently hijacked en route to this. I don't even know what class of Covenant ship it is. It's like a unique one. At this Covenant base, it's a space station basically. You fly out there, and your mission, very simply, is to go to the bridge, steal the nav data, and try to find out the coordinates of the Covenant homeworld. Which at this point in the story, they have no idea that the Covenant homeworld is a planet-sized ship. Well, moon-sized ship. So that's the whole point, is you go break in and you're stealing the data on High Charity.
Yes.
What do you think of the plot of that? I think it's underwhelming, but it didn't have to be a crazy plot or anything like that. In my opinion,
I think that it opens doors for future expanded universe content. That the program that was being done on that ship, and I have its name here, it is the Triumph of Tolerance.
Mm-hmm.
It was a simple agricultural support ship that was converted into a lab. I think that
so it's a ship for like growing and shit.
Yeah,
which is why Chief comments that it's for hydroponics.
Yeah. I think that the legacy that those missions will leave behind is expanded universe, just opening more doors for more stories, and I'm always down for that.
I also appreciate that they introduced it in this instead of like a comic or a something like that, because it's so easy for a majority of just casual or regular or even like intermittent fans of Halo who've played every game to just be like, well, I'm not going to go read a fucking book. Who cares? Okay, I guess this guy's from the books. Whatever. That's where he came from. I don't care. He's in the game now. Let's play the game. I really appreciate that the new villain, Harmony, a new prophet, is introduced in this, and I appreciate the fact that they can either now put him in expanded content, like you said, or if or when Halo 7 comes out, he can be a part of that, because Harmony is working on his, I guess, ship. I mean, it can move, so I'm just going to call it a ship. On his ship, to like bioengineer Covenant super soldiers to mimic and mirror the progress and prowess of the Spartan program. Because they're getting their ass kicked by Spartans, and they're like, damn, I don't like that. Although they don't specifically say that's why he's doing it. That's my assumption.
It's what it seemed was going on. Specifically, whenever you go through the biolab on the ship, if you look, you will see what looks like elites who have taken their design. They have taken their like design cues from Halo 4 and 5. And
where the Sangheili are a lot beefier and muscular.
Yes. Especially because once Halo Infinite came out, it was such a right turn back to the original Elite design, like aesthetics. I think that they may be, instead of trying to write off what happened in those games,
instead of writing off the backpedaling, they're going to be like, okay, there's just two different Elites now.
Yeah. And again, I'm down for that. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
if you come up with the valid
more enemy
reason,
variation
cool.
is great. Like, I don't remember anyone complaining that the skirmishers and the jackals were in the same game.
Yeah. I agree. The jackals, they came up with a good enough reason of why the skirmishers exist, so they don't feel out of place. You could put them in a game, and I can understand why they're there.
Halo, in my opinion, has always been great for its enemy variety. The enemies are simple but diverse, and they are really good because when they work together, they are a threat. Any one enemy by itself is negligible. Even an ultra elite, the highest tier with the highest shields and invisibility running at you is like not that big of a deal if it's the only guy you're dealing with.
I can agree, and I think anyone that ever played one of the night firefight missions in ODST will agree with you.
Yeah, it's especially because of the freaking engineers. But so to just run down them, you got the grunts, which are the little front-facing, the footmen, the cannon fodder, basically. They are easily scared, easily moved, easily killed. But whenever they group up, they get confidence, and they're willing to die for their other enemies and suicide bomb and chuck more grenades than you know what to do with. So they can easily be knocked out with one punch or shoot them in the head. But if they're backed up by a couple of jackals, or which are guys with shields, and they're elites, which are basically the counterparts to you, you got a whole band of enemies that you have to deal with in whatever your player order is. I personally always deal with the grunts first, because you can usually one-shot them, so why waste time? Just kill all of those so they don't throw grenades at me. Jackals don't throw grenades at me, so unless they're charging at me, I don't usually have to deal with them right away. And then elites, you deal with them as soon as you can, because otherwise they're going to use their quite impressive array of tactics to either outmaneuver you or outgun you. But they are also, depending on the elites, depending on the situation, can also be cowards. You'll go to shoot them and you'll break their shield, and they'll be like, nope, I'm running. And they'll literally leave the room and recharge their shields, wait for you to come get them.
I mean, to be fair, I would probably do the same.
I love the enemy AI, and I have always since Halo 1. There are very few games where I feel like the AI is as expansive and feels as dynamic. Elites act different when there's 4 of them together than if there's just 2 elites together. If there's one elite leading grunts, he's different than if he's just by himself. You know, there are different patterns they'll do. They'll, like, even if you reload a checkpoint, enemies won't walk out the door the same way every time. Sometimes the elite will come first. Sometimes he'll send the grunt first. Sometimes they'll wait for the door and then they'll come out all together. It is really nice that even after 25 years of playing Halo, they can still push your shit in if you make mistakes.
Yes. Yes, they can.
The mission starts pretty much you just clearing out the hangar bay. You're just navigating through where they keep the Banshees, the Spirits, the Sabers, and you go through more facilities, and then you come through the labs. I really do like the lab area. I feel like they could have done more instead of just having, like, holding cells. I'm sure it was, like, holograms of schematics and stuff like that. I think they could have done more set dressing there.
Yeah, I think because what comes later, and we'll get to that, is why this was much more sparse. Is because there's a lot more to the ship. A whole lot more.
Do you meet Harmony in the first mission or the second one? I think it's the end of the first mission, right?
Yes, it's at the very end of the first mission.
Yeah, so you push through and you complete this first prequel mission, and it ends with a cutscene of you and Johnson fighting off a small wave of enemies, which, upon watching the cutscene again, is... it doesn't look good. Johnson and Chief aren't fighting good, and the elites and the grunts are all just standing there, like, jiggling around. They're not taking cover or dodging or doing anything that they would in game. And then, before anyone can kill anyone, Harmony rolls up and is like, hey, stop fighting. If you would have told me you were going to show up, I would have given you a tour. Which I kind of like, that this hierarch isn't much different than the others in his superiority complex. He talks very much like Truth or Regret or Mercy.
Yeah, I feel that there are moments, and this is one of them, where it's a little more video gamey than others. That this is, we're going to introduce a character, and it's a lot of tell, don't show in this, but I think because of what it sets up immediately after the cutscene, that I was able to just kind of move past it. It wasn't great, and I'm not going to defend.
And what do you mean by that? What do you mean by what it sets up?
So at the very end of his speech, whenever he shows you the glowing orange device that he puts in the brute's chest to kind of set up the mechanic that goes forward through the last phase of this mission. What I got out of that, and what my brain was focusing on, less than things that were, I guess, jank in the cutscene, was this is a hierarch who's trying to handle the brute situation. So instead of handling it how you see it in Halo 2, he's trying to handle it through technology.
Or how they handle it with the Banished, and then just keep shipping them off to prison colonies.
It's interesting how this is a plot thread that continues to weave its way through the games, that the brutes just cannot be handled, and they're forever trying to handle them.
The only ones that can handle the brutes are themselves.
Yes.
You just need to leave them alone.
Or, if Halo 2 is anything to go off of, give them fancy hats.
They did calm down quite a bit with their fancy hats for a bit. So what I got from that is the device is like a rage dampener. It's supposed to make them more like elites in combat until they get rage mode.
Now, I did wonder in that, because of the mechanic of shooting it to make them rage, if you're accidentally reversing the effect. So instead of making them docile, if you're actually inducing rage, which would be interesting in how that device could be utilized. Because I know that the brutes in Halo 2, that's just what they do naturally. You shoot them enough and they rage.
Or if one of their allies dies and it pisses them off, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure where they're trying to go with that, but
because brutes in 3 are completely different as well. They are very calm and meticulous, and not a lot of them berserk at all.
Yeah. You have to like kill the chieftain or something. But yeah, I wonder where they're going to take this, because I can't imagine that this is the last time we're going to see this device.
If it is, then they completely dropped the ball and then shot themselves in the foot while picking it up.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. This is the prequel missions might be like underwhelming, like as far as missions go. Like the first mission of the prequel missions is the weakest, and if you've played Truth and Reconciliation or played any of the fucking missions in any of the Halo games where you have to go through a Covenant ship, you've basically played the first mission. Boarding action,
white coat of paint.
It's just purple room, purple hallway, purple room, purple hallway. And that's fine if you like those mission types. I just don't love them. I like ones where I gotta like walk around and like I have choices of which direction to go and stuff like that. It was hyper linear in the first mission, boarding action. So, I didn't love it. I just liked what it set up. Going into the next mission, you get deeper into the ship, and they don't mention much of it, but there is a worm priest cult on the ship as well, and they have a awesome theming of gold, white, and like lavender and purple. Oh, well, it's like more like a violet, magenta, and purple. But either way, they have a great color scheme, and I hope to see more on them in the future because they just have cool style, and I like when Covenant have style.
So they're called the Sacristine Order, this cult that you're talking about, and it made me wonder if the elite, cannot remember what their rank is, in Halo 2, the elites that have the big headdress, the big fancy one, not the honor guard dudes, but the ultras.
Mm-hmm.
Their armor is the same color. It's distinct that they have white armor, and it makes me wonder if they're part of this Sacristine Order where they're just the even more religious Covenant.
Either way, I like seeing sub-factions of the Covenant. I like learning more about their society, because it's not all just military and it's not all just religion. It's mostly that, but
within any religion, you're going to have sects, and I agree. I think that the introduction of the Banished was one of the finest breaths of fresh air that the Halo franchise got. So
yeah, the Banished
I
rule.
only have hopes for the Sacristine Order to be something similar to going forward.
I liked the Storm Covenant too. Yeah, there's a lot of good factions in Halo. So it's time for another one to be introduced that is sort of adjacent but with their own thing in mind. Because it seems like they're working with the greater Covenant, like the Puritans, because at this point they haven't been disbanded or split in any way, really. They're still just one uniform Covenant. The Banished hasn't split them up at all, and the Storm Covenant hasn't split with Jewel yet. So,
yeah.
it would be cool to see another piece of the fragmenting. As you go through the next mission, you pick up some UNSC comms, and you say, fuck it, I mean, we're not just gonna leave them behind. So you go to rescue these UNSC, like, comm transponder location things. Turns out some Marines and an ODST. The ODST is named Williams, and everybody hates her, apparently. And I don't really blame him, I just don't hate her. She's just a cunt. Like, I get it's easy to hate cunts, and especially if you don't... If you judge people based on their physical appearances, and you hate her because she's ugly, I guess I also get that. But, I don't know, she's just like a regular Marine. Like, if she would have been a dude, nobody would have had a problem with that. No, nobody. I don't think.
I think the biggest problem with her is I think that when they were writing her character, they were so zeroed in on wanting this specific archetype of character that they forgot the greater story of the mission they were trying to tell. These are Marines who went into this knowing that they're on a suicide mission, and that they should be carrying that weight through the mission, not, I guess, trying to get this a chip off their shoulder about how they feel that they've been sidelined in the eyes of the media for the UNSC.
That's a good point, because it's because she tries to make this a political thing when, I mean, sure, it could be and it might be, and it is in some way. But as you mentioned, yeah, you are on a suicide mission, and suddenly somebody has backed you up, and now you're just going to shit talk them because you don't like the fact that it happens to be one of the store-bought super soldiers?
Feasibly, your suicide mission could have just become a I get to go home mission.
If things didn't go the way they ended up going, yes, absolutely, yeah. You know, it could have been, you know, like, John's been in service enough at this point that people know the Master Chief. He gets shit done, and a lot less people die when he's around.
I also, being a former service member myself, I find it weird in the mission that she's a lieutenant. She's in the Navy, which means that she's like a captain equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
She outranks everyone there. I get that John is supposed to be a legend. I mean, is he really even a legend at this point? Because this is pre-Halo 1. So yeah, he's a Spartan and all that, but
I guess,
he's not on that level of legend.
No, you're right.
She outranks them. So having this weird chip on her shoulder about him, if you don't like him, tell him, well, I'm in charge because I'm the ranking person here.
And Chief would say, yes, ma'am. What do you want me to do?
It's true. Johnson
and a good example of this is in the same mission where twice Johnson is basically like, robot slave, go press button. Yes, sir. And you
Spartans aren't meant to press buttons.
Damn right we are. Did you play Halo 4?
It just, it was uncanny for me just because of my background to be like, why are you not the one in charge right now? Like, you're the officer here. Everyone else is just enlisted.
Yeah, it seems like Johnson's leading the mission up until he asks Chief, what do we do now?
I put this one on the writing crew just not knowing those nuances, and that's fine. You know, it's a small thing, but
a nuance that they didn't necessarily miss, but it's sort of inaccurate, is the fact that she's an ODST and doesn't like Chief, because Chief has beef with some ODSTs. It seems...
Well, Chief
and you
doesn't
pointed
have
out
beef with them. They have beef with him.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Yes, they have beef with him, but it gets conflated that everyone hates Chief and everyone hates, or all ODSTs hate Chief, and all Spartans and ODSTs have beef, which isn't the case because in Halo 2, you drop with ODSTs and then you do the whole mission basically with ODSTs if you don't let them die, and nobody says anything the entire time.
Before we go too far down that road, because I have read a lot of people's arguments and a lot of people that want to argue about lore reasons of why she either should or shouldn't have beef with Chief. Though when you do play through the mission, her issue with Chief is not
him.
The issue. Yeah, it's not for the issue.
It's UNSC's propaganda. That's really the issue.
Yeah, that's her whole deal, and I think that it doesn't help her at all. That her whole deal is we used to be the badasses, but now we're not the badasses anymore. It's like, no, you're an ODST. You are still very much a badass. Like, you are the badass face of the UNSC. The Spartans, they do yeah, they're kind of put out there, but that's kind of a UNSC saving its own face so they don't have to admit why they made the Spartans.
Yes, they need the propaganda because if anyone asks too many questions, they'll have to answer questions.
Yeah, so I feel like some of the complaints that it seems are going around about her specifically might be a little misplaced because you can't cite lore when the mission makes it very clear why she has an issue with him. And she does not cool, but warm up to him as the mission goes on.
I agree with you, but
alongside him.
But by the end of our tenure with her, I was like, I don't dislike her. Like, she could relax a little bit, you know? Like, maybe if this wasn't a suicide mission, and maybe if she had sex this month, she'd be, like, more chill, you know?
Well, unfortunately, she got put on a suicide mission.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, you fight alongside with her, and, this mission is, I think, a lot better than the first one, because now you're outside in the, like, biodome. There's a hologram roof, there's, like, a Covenant eye watching you. You can see, like, the hexagon panels of the hologram sky. There's artificial environment and stuff like that. It is, in my opinion, one of my favorite Covenant sets, is this biodome area that you fight through.
You had mentioned before that you like missions where you're given options of where to go. And there are moments in this mission that do that in a way that I really appreciate. There are other subtle storytelling moments in this mission that lead up to that I appreciate. Like, it's not the very first, but it's one of the earlier zones in the mission where there's a bunch of trees.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually the first time you meet the special elite in this mission, or he's there, is the sniper jackals in the trees.
It felt like Halo 3 to me. It felt like an homage to Halo 3 Sierra 117.
You saying that, the elite that shows up throughout the mission kind of reminded me, his whole deal, or his presence, reminded me of the brutes in Sierra 117, where you can save some Marines by killing them quick enough.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you don't get to kill him in that fashion, but it made me think of that, alongside the sniper jackals in the trees.
It is a shame you don't really get closure on that guy. Because like I said,
Do you not? I thought...
I'll have to replay. I'll have to replay it, but he escapes after all 3 encounters. So unless
at the this is jumping ahead a little bit, but at the very last thing you do in the mission, after you kill the waves of enemies that come through the doors, a single final gold elite comes out.
Okay, and that's him. Okay.
And Johnson says that he's a high value target. I think that that's supposed to be that elite coming out at the very end. But that's just a theory.
I would hope so, because it's annoying, because he specifically was high value because not only is he a gold ultra, which whatever rank that is.
I think it's a general.
General, yeah. But he didn't really have the general. Oh, he kind of had the general helmet.
I'll be honest, I didn't look at him enough. I needed to make sure I shot him.
Yeah, either way, he's a gold elite, which is above ultras. And he is apparently the one that slaughtered most of Williams' crew. So when you meet her, it's her and 3 other dudes, and you can save some more people that came. Or no, you can save some other Marines that were kidnapped and taken to the station for experimentation or whatever. So you can save quite a few Marines from this place. But it's good if you do get revenge, because that's the guy who killed Williams' crew. So, it's nice to get that bit of closure on it. The third mission is a little bit more of the same from the second mission. You're just fighting through more and more of the facility. There's more gold segments. All of them look fantastic. You split up with Williams. You and Johnson go to the bridge to get the info, and she goes to the hangar to secure a ride. You get the data. You head back to the hangar, and when you get there, Williams basically says, "Hey, I'm going to stay behind and drop the shield generator, so when reinforcements show up, we can blow the ship up, because we're not letting this research leave the station. Whatever dude can escape with, I guess he gets to take, but we're blowing this shit up."
See, whenever you meet back up with him, that's another one of those moments that's a little uncanny, because it's really becoming a suicide mission at this point. And that's whenever you show up and her and the Marines are all sitting on the pile of enemies, like they're trying to impress Chief. Which,
yeah,
if you don't like him, because I don't think you want to impress him, because that kind of defeats the argument that you're trying to make.
Yeah, that's a really good observation. Didn't make that. Maybe it's just they wanted to sit down. I don't know. Yeah, it's a good point. It seems like a big gesture for very little.
Yeah.
They do sort of compliment Williams that like, great that she was able to hold out, because it sounds like she's not able to, might not be able to. And then it sounds like they turn the tide and end up overcoming the holdout, which is great. It just, like you said, why are they trying to show off after it? Maybe it's just their ego. It just seems like that's part of her character, showing off.
Fair. I mean,
I bet when she was doing like an orbital drop, she would be one that's like, okay, so we need to drop close to the temple, and she's like, inside the temple through the glass roof. Got it. The conclusion of the mission is you and Johnson taking a Saber out and basically playing fighter cleanup, clearing the airspace, and disabling the long-range anti-ship guns, and I believe the comms, so they can't call for help. Yeah. And then after that, you call in a frigate, and it Mac cannons the ship and blows it up after Williams takes out the shield. Which concludes the 3 prequel missions.
Don't forget, Harmony gets away.
Right, yeah, I alluded to that, but yeah, he gets away in some sort of little shuttle or something like that, and nobody really goes after him because, A, he's too far away already. It's not like you... He has distance on you, and you can't go faster than his ship, so it's mathematically impossible for you to catch up to him, so nobody even goes after him. I would be like I said, I would be interested to see what becomes of this character because they set up a cool Covenant geneticist. I like that. What were your overall opinions on the prequel mission?
I felt that they alluded to, but there was a lot of nods towards the history of Halo in little bits and pieces they put throughout the missions. So because for the people that knew those things, they would recognize that and it would feel good. I feel that it was nice to see the banter between Chief and Johnson, getting a little bit more on their friendship, because their friendship is ever present throughout the franchise. So getting to see that wasn't just something new in the original trilogy. I would say that the missions weren't perfect. They're, as you said in the first mission, it is very samey to any time that you've ever been in a Covenant ship. It's not the highlight of any campaign. I think that of all of the missions, the second one probably had the most for me in it. I enjoyed it more. I enjoyed it the most. The third mission was more of the same from the first mission, and honestly, I thought that the space part at the end was a little bland.
Yeah.
When you have to stop the ships from trying to ram into the frigate,
I did like that part.
I wish that there was more. Honestly, I wish they spawned the ships a little bit further away, because for me it was almost impossible to make it so none of them hit it.
Was that an achievement?
They just kind of. No, it wasn't. It was just
point of pride.
I don't know. Yeah, it was a point of pride, but yeah, I thought it was a little bland.
I thought that was the best part of the space combat, because if you've played the Reach part where you fly the whatever the
saber.
Is it a saber?
Yeah, it's a saber.
Okay, yeah, when you fly the saber out there, and what was the Covenant ship called?
In what?
The one that you take out there. In that mission. In the prequel mission, what is that purple ship that you take out there? This little bug-looking one.
The Seraph.
The Seraph. Okay, yeah, okay. That's the one I was forgetting. Oh, yeah, so, in Halo Reach, when you take the saber out, it is almost identical to the feel and flow of the one in the remake, the prequel mission, when you're flying the Seraph. All you're doing is just killing enemy ships for a preset amount of time until something happens, and you get your next objective, kill that, and then a cutscene happens. And then the second part of the mission is just another little holdout. I liked that they mixed it up and they had the ship suicide bombing. It wasn't that hard. Maybe it should have been harder, because I felt like it was just a drag. I was like, okay, cool. They sent like 3 or 4 waves. All right, it's done, right? Right? And I felt like it overstayed its welcome. Even though it was very welcome, I was like, okay, we're done here.
Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, it overstayed its welcome a little bit. I think that since I've played it on on the various difficulties, I think that they could have added more whenever you increased difficulty, like maybe adding some spirits or something flying out in space. I don't know. That's just my personal take on it, though. I mean,
space spirits are always weird, though, because spirits aren't really like rated for space. Like, typically, they have specifically space phantoms, and they're not used that often. It's just confusing to me.
Yeah, it's just me how I guess I would improve it. I like you. I'm happy that the mission's there. I'm not gonna be upset that the space mission is there. I just think that there could have been a little bit more going on. Like how in the mission you have the wreckage of all of the UNSC ships, and it seems to only be there to be a hindrance whenever you're trying to take out the Space Banshees. I feel that, I don't know, just a little bit more, and it would have been perfect.
To compare it to another space segment in Halo 4, where you're flying, that one's not a saber, I don't know what that one's called. You're flying that little fucking thing through the Didact ship. Huh?
No.
It's a broadsword. Broadsword, not the longsword. Yep. Yeah, so you're flying the broadsword through there, and it's like a speed gauntlet and a reaction timing thing. It would have been, in my opinion, a little bit more exciting if you had to do that in the space mission. Like, chase the Prophet, and, you know, like, okay, now we didn't catch him, okay? And you have to fly through debris fields to try to catch him. I don't know. They could have added more in the space segment if they're going to force you to do a space segment, instead of just kill enemies.
I had a thought. One of my favorite space moments in Halo is in Halo Reach, and it's not while you're fighting around the anchor. It's whenever you're going on the Covenant ship.
Oh, the Corvette, yeah.
When you're taking out the defenses, and then you go into the hangar and do that. That would have been interesting if they had split it so you had a space section on either end of you getting on to the Covenant ship, instead of just starting the mission on the ship, clearing it out, and then letting Johnson out.
Right, because, like, how did you guys get the Spirit?
Yep. But, you know, this is someone who didn't make the game. I can come up with anything, and
of course, yeah, it's easy.
It doesn't cost anybody anything.
Yeah. The last question I think for the prequel missions is, how do you feel about them having, I guess, technically backported weapons? Like the needle rifle?
So the missions take place about a year before Halo 1, so it makes sense that the needle rifle would be there. It was in Reach, which means it was in service. So I'm fine with it being there.
What about the brute plasma rifle?
See, I don't know the lore on when that would have even been in service. I know it was in Halo 2, so I have to assume that if the brutes were fighting for the Covenant before that, well, I've read enough of the books to know they were, that the brute plasma rifle would have been there. So I guess I don't really have a problem with it being there, because it's only there when the brutes are there. So,
and if the brutes are there, the Spiker's there. So
now, to kind of add on that, I really enjoyed how much UNSC weapons were there. You could really feel that this ship is R&D, because they have human technology that they're obviously testing.
So, do you like the battle rifle being there then?
Yeah.
I have never loved the battle rifle. It's always been fine, you know? That's not true. Hold on. I really like Halo 4's battle rifle. Halo 4's battle rifle is fucking awesome. I will say that. So, the second I got the chance, I basically threw that thing on the floor, and I'm like, God damn, get rid of this thing. It doesn't feel good to fight Covenant, in my opinion. It's great against Flood. It's really good against players.
I never once in the entirety of Campaign Evolved chose the battle rifle over other options. The needle rifle exists, so the battle rifle doesn't need to be in my hands.
It's obsolete, yeah.
Yeah. The needle rifle is just superior, and you get enough ammo throughout the mission that I didn't need it. I was happy that it was there, but there were other options.
the Magnum, I think, is... I think they did that perfect. I saw a comment or two about how they thought it was under-damaged. It was like a week. And I really don't understand how they could think that, or I don't know, maybe I could go back and play Halo 1 and count how many bullets on Legendary it takes to kill a Gold Elite. But it feels really good in Campaign Evolved. I never feel like I'm running out of ammo with it. I don't feel like they are scarce on pickups. It is a jack of all trades. The only thing it's not good for is like killing Sentinels. That's really it.
Yeah, but when the Sentinels show up, I have access to a shotgun, so it's okay.
Yeah, at the point 343 starts, I basically have a shotgun in my hand all the way until the end of the game.
Yep. But we'll get to that. We have opinions on that.
Is there anything you want to touch on the prequel missions before we move on to the actual campaign?
I don't think so. I think we covered it pretty thoroughly.
So, campaign was terrible. Man, I fucking hate Halo 1. No, I'm just kidding. Before I get all the way into it, I will say I am so thoroughly happy that it beat my expectation. We were talking a while back, and it's the first time either of us has actually wanted to play Halo 1 in at least 10 years.
Yep.
CE Anniversary came out, and we both beat it, and it was like, okay, that's cool. And now, anyway, let's go back to Halo 2 or 3 or 4 or any of the other good ones. Every single aspect of the Halo 1 campaign that I didn't like is pretty much fixed, or at least addressed in the remake. The big thing that I appreciate is sprint, and I know so many Halo fans hate sprint, and I've never understood it. I've never understood it, and I never will. Because there were so many times while I was playing through the campaign that having sprint made everything feel better. I was able to, maybe I could have done the jumps without sprint, but being able to, run up something, sprint, and then crouch jump into something, and then immediately, get out of the crouch and then run into another crouch sprint jump, it feels good. The only thing it didn't have is sliding, and I'm fine with not having sliding. You don't need combat sliding, but just adding sprint made it feel so much more modern in a good way.
I think an argument people have for sprint in Halo, or I guess against sprint in Halo, is that they expect that when sprint gets introduced, that they're just going to artificially make missions larger to compensate. And the areas you want to sprint in Halo 1 don't have that problem. They're already big.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to get across, if I don't have a Warhog for some reason on, say, the mission Halo, I could get around on foot, and that's great. Say I'm playing co-op with my friend and they just abandon me. I'm not suddenly crawling across the map.
Yeah, begging that you had one more grenade for another grenade jump. Yeah.
Yeah. Or Silent Cartographer. Honestly, with Sprint, Silent Cartographer is fun to just sprint the entire mission.
Yeah, you don't even need the hog.
No. It's nice to have. There's, of opinions on certain aspects of the hog as well, but I think that Sprint didn't detract from the campaign the way people... I've seen opinions go around about how Sprint is affecting Halo. I don't think that the Campaign Evolved has that problem because of just the nature of how the Halo 1 campaign was constructed.
it's to the people who want to like argue it, it's not even that much faster than just walking anyway. So like, it feels good to do. It makes sense that you should be able to do it, in my opinion. So it feels good that you can just run a little bit faster. I can't come up with any good reasons in this particular instance why, like, maybe in the multiplayer maps, if all the multiplayer maps had come back and, you know, they brought back, like, fucking Rat Trap, and you're able to sprint in that map, that would suck, you know? Because then you'd be getting around 4 corners before the other enemy respawned or whatever. I could get it, you know? But you could just disable it for multiplayer. In campaign, you also have the option to just disable it if you don't like it with the skull. You know, and I know that I've heard the argument that it should have been the other way. They should have made it so sprinting is a skull. Go play Halo 1 again, man. It's so slow. So slow.
And, you know, what we were just discussing about how it's the first time that we've played Halo 1 in so long, and because we wanted to, I think that's a testament to it, that Halo 1 had certain aspects of it that felt dated, and just adding sprint, if so many other things had been left out of it, just adding sprint made it feel that much better. Obviously, there are lots of other things that made it feel even better, but sprint alone,
like SmartLink. I really love SmartLink.
Mm-hmm.
Every weapon having SmartLink is... You could argue it's a lore thing, but that wasn't invented until this model of Spartan helmets. It's like... You're right.
I mean...
Can I still have... You're right. Can I still have SmartLink anyway, please?
You can't make that argument, though, because the Magnum.
What? Because it just magically had a sight?
Yeah.
Yeah. With the rocket launcher has a sight too. Why does the rocket launcher have a sight?
Lore be damned. I mean, I'm not worried about SmartLink in the lore if you were already giving weapons scopes that didn't actually have sights in the first game. It's a pointless argument. And again, it's unlike sprint. It's one of those things that if you really just don't want it, you don't even need a skull to disable it. Just don't use it.
Just map that to down on the D-pad and don't press that. Yeah, it's fine.
If that was my biggest argument of the entire game, though, then it's a testament to the game itself being great. That if SmartLink or sprinting is your biggest complaint, obviously it's not some people's biggest complaint, but you know, we'll get to those things when they come.
I think you take one of these criticisms and they're valid, and you take another one and it's also valid, but you keep taking them and you're going to realize that you have a basket full of things that you don't really like. And why are you holding it? You're the one that picked all those.
Yeah.
We'll go back to something I like. The intro cutscene is fucking awesome. The new intro to Pillar of Autumn is super good. I think the shots are really well. The graphics look really well. The coloring is really good. I really like the new voice actor for Keys. I think he kills it. It is a new guy, right? Sounds like a new guy. But maybe he's just older. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Downs, his voice has changed as he's gotten older.
Mm-hmm. And the result is...
The new voice actor for Captain Jacob Keyes is Keith Silverstein, who takes over the iconic role. It is, in fact, a new voice actor.
Okay, I thought so. he does a great job. I love the new Keyes model. I like that he looks like he is not a frail old man. He looks like he's strong and rugged and had a long, illustrious career. I think they did the new Keyes model really good.
I think they did Keyes in general really good. They fleshed him out in such a great way.
Right, because when their game came out, he was literally just the captain of the ship, and that was about it. You know, there wasn't any story to him. And then even one game later, there is all this extra stuff on him. So them backporting Miranda and Catherine into his life is awesome. I really appreciate that. After the cutscene and Chief gets woken up and heads to the bridge, the Covenant are attacking, and Chief gets woken up out of cryo sleep to defend the ship. So you head up to the bridge, and Captain Keyes tells you to take Cortana, the ship's AI, and get her off the ship. That's your objective. Defend the ship and get her off the ship. The best you can. The ship's going down, so it's sort of a war of attrition at this point. You're going to lose eventually, so just do the best. In the first game, when the cutscene concludes, Keyes hands Master Chief his pistol and says, "And I don't keep it loaded, son, so you're going to need to find ammo as you go." Which isn't true, because the gun does have one mag and a couple of extra mags, and you can instantly kill Keyes with the weapon he says isn't loaded. Not the point.
He's going senile.
he doesn't forgot to count bullets. He's like, I thought those magazines were empty. I'm sorry. I handed you 4 of those magazines. I handed you 4 magazines and all those bullets. I thought they were demilitarized. I don't know.
This is a man that chews on, no, he doesn't chew on cigarettes. He holds a pipe in his mouth whenever he's on the bridge of the ship. He's quirky, okay? He forgot whether he had a mag. He was destined to have a negligent discharge. He forgot he had ammo in the gun.
He's got a lot of other things to worry about today, okay?
Yeah.
So, he hands you his pistol, and you use it for the first mission and probably throw it away if you run out of ammo, or you lose it in the second mission. Well, technically, probably not, because it might be on the floor on the crash site. Not the point. But it's just a regular gun. It's just Captain Keyes hands you a pistol, and that's it. In the remaster, it is Captain Keyes' personal pistol, but this time he's handing it to you, and it is unloaded. And he tells you, "Don't use this. When you get off the ship, please go give this to my daughter."
Yep.
Oh, right. You have a daughter. That's nice. In the second game, the ship commander that you deal with is Miranda Keyes, which is his daughter. So I would have to do a fact check, but I don't believe it was confirmed who her mother was at that point either. So they're backporting not only Halo 2 knowledge of his daughter existing, but backporting future expanded lore knowledge of Dr. Halsey being the mother.
I don't believe that was made canon until the first Halo book, where you find out that they had a relationship.
Okay, yeah. So it was definitely after Halo 1, before Halo 2 then.
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, so that is a big thing for him, because now he's no longer just a little one note. And we, the Halo fans, know that Chief is going to meet Miranda. So he's going to give her that pistol as long as he doesn't lose it or die. The mission starts and plays pretty much the exact same. You run to the bridge, you get the gun, and then you fight your way through to some life pods so you can get off the ship. I can't point out exactly what they changed in this mission, but it feels shorter. It feels easier to navigate. And specifically, one change that I do notice that I liked is that the corridors are not horrible to navigate, the little maintenance corridors. And one of the ones that you navigate later on isn't just one of those maintenance corridors. It was, but it got blown open into a hole into 3 other rooms where there was an elevator shaft. The elevators are crashed and destroyed. You can climb over those and go into another room, which is a reinterpretation of that part in the original Pillar of Autumn, where you're going through the maintenance shafts and you can go off into a little separate room where there's like some grunts and some ammo and stuff. I really like their like remix interpretations of these rooms.
I agree that the maintenance tunnels don't seem to be as big of a part of the mission, which is something I really didn't enjoy about the original game, especially since in the original game you had limited time with your flashlight before you had to recharge.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about quality of life update. Chief has a little nuclear reactor on his back. His flashlight shouldn't run out.
It's infinite.
Yeah.
Unless the light bulb burns out, it's infinite.
Also, just things I appreciate, small details with the flashlight, that it actually comes from his helmet, so it shines on your hands. Mm-hmm. It's a little detail that wasn't in the original showing of the game. Whenever they were doing presentations, so I just appreciate that someone along the way said that just doesn't make any sense.
I would have appreciated it if the guns that had flashlights, you used the flashlight on the gun instead of your helmet, but it would have just, it does just make sense. I've got a face helmet light. I'm just going to use that.
Yeah. Yeah, Chief would always use what's on his helmet. It would be awkward for him to have to remember that this specific gun that I have for the next 2 seconds has a flashlight on it.
Yeah. Unless it's smart linked and it's interfaced with it. I mean, I would assume it would, but... not the point.
Yeah.
The flash, he's like, on a lot of the models of Chief, he either has 2 or 4 lights on his helmet that are for his flashlight. So he's got plenty of light coming off that thing. It's fine.
One thing I will always find a little silly about the first mission in Halo is that as soon as you start heading towards the bridge, this Marine takes it upon himself that he's going to guide you to the bridge. And like, dude, you have much more important things you could be doing right now than leading the armored super soldier to the bridge. He could find his way. He doesn't need your protection.
I'm glad you brought that up because it reminded me that the mission has... The first mission's unique in the fact that it also is sort of supposed to be the tutorial. Like the first 3 or 4 minutes of it are the tutorial. The first time I booted up the game and started it, I was fully expecting the tutorial part where you get out and you look at the lights and you get your shield booted up and you drop your shield and you go through the whole diagnostic and then you start running. Immediately the game just starts and the guy's like, we gotta get the hell out of here. And we start going. And I'm like, okay, maybe they just removed the tutorial. I started another brand new campaign and I went to go get just the skulls in that mission and they started it up and did the tutorial. Both or every single time I've done that mission, I have not gotten the Marine that's supposed to escort you to the bridge. It's just something that can happen. I don't know why or when or where it's supposed to trigger, but yeah, the tutorial didn't trigger initially for me. It only triggered the second time, and I've not seen that Marine yet. Because I remember that guy. He's just like a full combat Marine. He's like, all right, Chief, let's go. And he leads you to the bridge and past all the people fighting.
It's interesting that you brought up the tutorial in the cryo chamber, because whenever I first booted up the game, I just played through on normal because I wanted that OG power fantasy. Mm-hmm. And it gave me an option to press, because I was playing on controller, it gave me an option to press either one button or the other to either do the tutorial or to skip it.
Ah.
So I don't know what script in the game chooses that or not, or why you weren't even given the option to choose, but it was only that very first time. Because the second time I played on Legendary, and so I just assumed that it assumed that I knew what I was doing. Joke's on it, but
that is, whether it's intentional or not, is a good example of the like unpredictability that I like about Halo. I mentioned it earlier with the enemies, how they'll rarely come out of a room the same way. So you just have the possibility of certain things triggering, certain things don't. Especially with like secret dialogue triggers that you have to do like in certain order. A good one is an upcoming mission. You're supposed to go to the map room, and if you go straight to the map room, they lock it down. So you have to go unlock the map room in a different building. If you go to the different building first and unlock it, Cortana is all confused about what it is, what you're doing, and what it was for, and she's like, oh, that released a security lock somewhere else on the island. Which is helpful for you later if you do that one first.
If we are talking about Silent Cartographer, just a little thing that I found out. I don't know if it's a bug in the mission or not, but if you do go to that door before and it locks down, if you happen to kill the sword elite that's in that room, whenever you encounter him, it is actual scripted time. His body will still be on the ground, and so you can take his sword and actually sword
kill
fight
him with his own sword. That's cool.
Well, he'll spawn with a new sword, but you could actually sword fight him with his own sword. So I guess the game scripts him as a completely separate elite.
So, do you know if that was in the original game, where if you kill him, you could... Well, you couldn't take his sword, I guess, but can you kill him twice in the original game? I'm pretty sure you can.
I don't know, but I can sure find out.
I really, really appreciate that they went through the effort of making sure that some of those like glitches and like weird things were repeatable. Excuse me. Which, in some cases they had to. But like in 2 Betrayals, the Banshees are indestructible because, well, in the first game, they were indestructible because those are the ones you have to get into to leave the mission. So they make them indestructible when they're not normally indestructible. But because it's a more updated modern physics engine, the vehicles are movable. So you can push the Banshees out of the hangar, both of them, and like effectively ruin your way to end the level, and they will just send infinite elites at you. So it's something they added that wasn't really in the original game, but would have been there if it would have been possible to push the Banshee off.
I did not know that.
Something I want to try to do, because it wasn't doable in the original game, but it is now, is you can push Captain Keyes. Can you push him to the very end of Pillar of Autumn? Because if any time he dies by anything, Cortana blames you for it and will teleport you to the bridge.
I don't think you can, because of the area where you first get grenades in the first mission. You have to jump over that barrier. Yeah, unless there's some other way around.
Well,
you'd have to be able to throw him in some form or fashion.
He has a very small health bar, so you only get like one good smack with him. It's funny though, because if anything kills him, Cortana blames you. I was playing the remix campaign, and the first enemy in the game was some carrier forms. So I just waddled the guy into the bridge. He blew up, and all the little infectors. So I just walked over to the Keyes, and then just bit him. And Cortana's like, "What the hell are you doing?" I'm like, "I didn't do anything." That was neglect, is all it was. I didn't commit any crime.
Neglect.
I neglected to kill the flood that were coming into the bridge. I know I was literally just asked to defend the bridge. I failed. I'm not crazy. So they send Invincible Marines after you? I don't think so.
You know, we were talking about how it doesn't make sense that Williams in the bonus missions is being the way she is on a suicide mission, that her priorities are misplaced. Having a special group of Marines just off screen in case Chief decides to do something silly, that is a gross misallocation of valuable resources.
Especially with how tough those Marines are.
Yeah.
They glitched for me and none of them would shoot me, so they all just kept running at me trying to punch me. And because of the way the Marine melee animation is, like 75% of the time they'd miss. They just go, Chief, die. And then they'd smack you with the rifle and your entire bones would explode. There is, I'm sure you know, there is an achievement for killing keys, getting them to spawn, and then corralling those invincible, unkillable Marines and putting them down into a hole where they can't get out.
Yes, I have that achievement, and it was fun.
That is the type of shit that whoever made that achievement is like, hey, I did this before. I want to make this an achievement.
Yep.
There's no way they just came up with that. They did that when they were young. They played on the bridge and they're like, oh shit, these guys are invincible. What if I like walk over here and like trick them and then punch them and push them down there?
I love the physics on the Marines when you're doing that achievement, because you can punch them and like launch them across the room.
Right, because they have invincibility. They can't get hurt, so you just put on cowbell and smack the shit out of them.
Yeah, moments like that are, that kind of humor is what makes Halo special. I can remember from my earliest days playing that the grunts and their personality,
their personality, just them existing, and I love that they over the years add on to it, but they never detract from it. Like,
yep,
the Halo Infinite grunt, even the one on the radio that's like cringe and making like fourth wall references, he's still absolutely perfectly in line for what a grunt would be like.
Yeah, the grunt personality, they nailed it right out of the gate. They've never bothered to change it, and it's always been such an important part of the franchise.
They're like battle droids in their like goofiness.
Yeah. That is apt. Yes.
A new line that I don't know if is in other games, but in new to Combat Evolved. If you run up on a grunt and scare them enough, they'll be, oh, shit myself. And that's without I would have been your daddy. That's just one of the lines that they can say. So they absolutely nailed the hilarity of the grunts, because you'll throw a grenade and it'll come out of nowhere and they'll just be, why me? I appreciate that the elites are able to speak English, but they mostly don't.
Mm-hmm.
They even hit you with the classic wart, wart, wart.
Yeah. I noticed that the first time I heard one of them speak English, I was like, oh, okay. Because again, the elites are another thing that they really just got them right out of the gate. Just throwing a grenade at the elites and is always just been something that is quintessentially Halo.
A new line for them is, if you kill them, they'll occasionally be, forgive me. It's like, no, you suck at combat. You're not going to Valhalla.
I've heard a line where you'll kill them and they'll make a reference to the Great Journey, like that they're going on the Great Journey. I enjoy it.
Yeah, so they definitely didn't mess with any of the personalities of the enemies. They turned them up in this game. I feel like they are really good. The enemies are really fun to interact with. And they always have been, so if they would have fucked that up, it would have just ruined the whole game, so, glad they didn't. So the first mission, mostly just hallway shooting, throwing grenades, sort of a soft tutorial on how the game kind of works, and, like, what power-ups are and stuff. Speaking of which, the power-ups are now, like, actual pickups. So you can pick them up and, like, hold them in your inventory and activate them when you choose to. Which is really cool because you can kind of activate... You can activate an overshield and then pick up an overshield, or you can cloak and then pick up an overshield and have an overshield while cloaked. It's really nice. I really appreciate their... the seamless switching from a power-up to an equipment is another really good quality of life feature. There were some times where I didn't even need them, and it was nice to just have the overshield in my pocket.
And I would say that it doesn't break the canon, since this game takes place immediately after Halo Reach, and invisibility was an armor module in Halo Reach. And, I mean, Overshield wasn't quite the same, but I would say that armor lock is close enough to imply that these...
The way I always explained Overshield is it's just an energy cell that supercharges your reactor to give you another layer of shield. But it's like a one-time thing. It doesn't regenerate that super shield.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to me now that it's a pickup, and, like, I don't know, usually it's on your butt here, so Chief just reaches around, smacks his ass, and then boop, I have an extra shield now.
I'm not going to be able to unsee that.
So once you get to the end, you get on a lifeboat, and you escape from the Pillar of Autumn before it is inevitably destroyed by the Covenant. As you're escaping, Cortana gives instructions to the captain on how best to mitigate damage from this engagement. The ship's going down one way or another, but to mitigate it. So he ignores it, as he is a hotshot captain and doesn't need no woman to tell him how to pilot his ship. And takes it in manually, which Cortana laments. And, it is a really nice... It's nice to have the freedom to not have to do a one-to-one, where they kind of did in the original. Like, CE Anniversary is almost one-to-one with the cutscenes. And Halo 2 Anniversary is very close, but they're more like cinematic versions of those cutscenes. Whereas I feel like they did a combo of that for this remake. They did one-to-one as much as they could, but they made it cinematic. So as the Pillar of Autumn starts to speed up, the camera kind of like zooms out to show you the scale of how big the Pillar of Autumn is compared to the little escape pod. And you guys start flying down to the ring together, which I really appreciate, because you didn't really get to experience that at all in the first game. The Pillar of Autumn just kind of goes down when it goes down. You kind of see it start to go, but not really the same. You also see other drop pods, and they, because modern technology, are able to use more resources, and finally confirmed with models and faces that Foehammer is not the drop pod pilot. Because Foehammer is a proud black woman. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's just true. The drop pod woman is not Fohammer. And they made sure that they showed you the drop pod lady's face, but never Fohammer's face. And I'm like, yes! Sweet. I really appreciate the redone cutscenes. There were a few that I watched repeatedly because they were good. This one where they're coming down on Halo, I watched 2 or 3 times just because I wanted to do the intro where Cortana's waking you up. I like the changes to the cutscene. I really like that the Marines fly out the back.
100% confirmed. Chief did not pinball around on the inside of that drop pod and kill everybody.
There was speculation because he didn't take a seat, but nope, he did not kill everyone. Maybe they should have stood up. Maybe they would have been fine. Probably not. He does have a super armor. And that gel layer, you know?
It's a pretty good gel layer.
There are times when something is remade, and I will use the Dead Space remake as an example, where you're going through something, and you're like, this looks good, but this is like how it looked when it came out in 2001, right? Just because of how, like, you're able to glaze your own memories of something. When I walked out of the drop pod and looked around to that, like, valley in the vista, I am blown away. I'm super happy that I have a computer that can run this at a high graphics and good frame rate. So, I'm just walking around looking at the grass, looking at the rocks, looking at the water, and the best part is the background that in both the original and in the remaster for the anniversary is just like a big plateau of nothing and garbage and just endless void. And they finally made it a beautiful, breathtaking vista when you look over the waterfall and it's just this endless green and water.
I think nailing the emerging from the drop pod was key, because that is the moment that the entire Halo franchise blossomed and became what it is. If you're going to get something right, it has to be that.
It has to be right there, because I remember specifically that moment in my life for the first time walking out of that drop pod with my friend and having no idea how to use a dual stick controller. And I was like, okay, so how the fuck do I stay looking forward when I'm moving? Well, you have to move both at the same time. How the fuck can I do that?
Moving from a pre-analog stick PlayStation 1 controller to being given not one but 2 sticks, there was a lot of staring at the sky while running forward.
The Needler was everyone's best friend in that game when you first started, because goddamn, you know you couldn't aim, and that gun aimed for you, so you're good.
Halo 1 truly taught me a lot about gaming.
It unironically made me the gamer I am. It was like, oh, games aren't just like cutesy like Nintendo shit. Cool. I remember going home after playing it and begging my parents to buy an Xbox. And my dad was like, for what? I'm like, for Halo. I was like, yeah, but what else? I'm like, does there need to be another thing? Can't we just buy a 100, 200, whatever the fuck price it is for one video game? And of course, your parents aren't going to say yes to that because, at least for me, there were 3 other siblings. So it's like, You know how much money that you're asking us to give you and nobody else? Because nobody else is going to enjoy the Xbox. And what if you played the game and you're done with it in a month? Joke's on them, but
little do they know.
It was such a great game that anything else I played on the Xbox, I'm like, why don't I just play Halo? Why am I not just playing Halo? I mean, Turok was fine, but like nothing came close to the scope of ambition and flair that the first Halo had. At least anything I played around that time. I missed some games, so maybe I would have loved Final Fantasy, I don't know. But
Oddworld Munch's Odyssey.
I only played that through the demo on another disc.
It's the only other game I can think of that was just like was really being talked about at the time. And
yeah, so they definitely nailed the emergence from the drop pod. You come out to this lush green valley and your whole team's dead, and immediately the Covenant starts investigating the crash site, so you're recommended to keep moving. But you don't have to. It's one of those perfect examples of choice. You can just be like, what if I don't? Well, then they're going to drop the drop pod on you, and not only are they going to start attacking you sooner, the Banshees are going to deploy faster and come right after you instead of just roaming around and mostly avoiding you. So you can kind of make the mission harder for yourself just by not following Cortana's advice. Not much harder, It's not like it becomes hard mode or anything. But
yeah.
It's a nice example of choice. After you come out of the first valley, you meet up with some other Marines that are fighting off, and you come to your first, which Halo likes to do, kind of like wave-style defenses. You got to hold out a location, and they'll keep sending enemies at you until the enemies are depleted, and then you win. They send 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 spirits at you for this engagement, and they keep moving which part they are deploying them at. So you can either just go up to the main base that they're attacking and just wait for them to come to you, or do it like me, and I'm like, no, I'm coming to you. And I chase down the spirit, wait for the enemies to deploy, and wipe them out. What's your style?
Well, as a kid, it was kill all the Marines and move on. The moment I found out I could really speed this up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. You do not need any of those Marines if you don't want them. You just kill them all, and then they'll be like, oh no, we're going to turn on you. Oh, well, they're all dead, so the next group of Marines doesn't know I executed all of these guys, so...
Well, in this version of the game, I go to each spirit. I don't wait in the middle. But that's just because I have a better grasp of what I'm doing now, and the spirits, I think most of them, maybe it's only like the last 2 that actually have enemies in both sides.
Yeah, mostly they just drop out of one.
Yeah.
It's kind of a non-issue. Another reason I like the Phantom better, it can drop from sides and the bottom.
Thing I like about the Phantom is that you can shoot its gun off so you don't, get annihilated.
Yeah, the Spirit auto gun is overpowered and indestructible.
Yeah. But I like the tuning fork design better. I just think I always thought it looked cooler.
It's so much more alien.
Yep.
Like the Phantom is just your classic like bug-shaped UFO.
It's stood the test of time though.
Oh yeah, the Phantom.
I like any time I get to see them both in the same game though.
When they do, it's always confusing though, because I don't know why you wouldn't just choose one for your deployment.
Because I think one is supposed to be a designated dropship, and the other one's technically a gunship.
Yeah, the Phantom is a gunship.
Yeah, the Phantom is distinctly a gunship. The Spirit is a dropship.
It's too bad they don't actually have drop anything from them. It would be nice if, since they're adding stuff from the future back into it, if they added Ranger Elites, ones with jetpacks.
A thing I like about the Spirit better is whenever you see one coming in with a ghost or something on it, it makes sense that it's between the tuning forks.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just kind of underslung like it would be on the Pelican, but I think it's just a matter of personal taste.
I think I agree. It also makes it easy immediately to tell which vehicle it is.
Yeah.
Because at least in Halo Reach, there was several vehicles that looked the same.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Ghost, the Revenant, and the Wraith, and they're all at the distance. There's like, oh, that's a purplish pink blob. Which one is that?
Is it slightly pinker than the others? Please don't be a Revenant.
It's a shame with the one-off vehicles. I'm excited for Halo 2's remake because we'll get the Spectre again.
Yeah. I just hope that I guess while we're here, I hope that the Spectre will not have the same issue that the Warthog has in this game, where the gunner really wants to make sure every enemy's dead.
They double tap, triple tap, quintuple tap.
Yeah, they really need to tweak the enemy engagement just a little bit. He's already dead.
It's good because I haven't experienced it all the time, but yeah, there are times where my Marines either won't engage or they won't stop engaging something. Particularly whenever you get the Scorpion tank in the campaign, you can load up your tank with 5 Marines, one on each corner and one in your gun seat. The gun seat guy doesn't do goddamn anything, and if you put sniper rifle guys and guys with assault rifles on there, they also don't do anything.
I feel it has to be a tweak they can make on the back end. It shouldn't be difficult. I hope it's not difficult, because it's having Marines in your vehicle is one of those things that is, again, quintessentially Halo. The dialogue, even if they're not shooting anything, I want to hear Marines cheer me on whenever I go off a jump.
Or freak the fuck out and ask me to calm the hell down.
Yeah, I love the Marines in Halo. Again, just like the enemies. Across the entire franchise, the Marines hyping you up really reinforces the power fantasy. And it all goes back to Halo 1 of every time you jump the Warthog, like, the 2 voice actors were really just carrying it.
Now, since we're on the Warthog, I don't love this Warthog. I don't dislike it. But there are better hogs in the franchise. I feel like it doesn't have any top speed. It's not fast at all. At least it doesn't feel like it. It feels like it loses acceleration on every turn, so you can't really turn unless you're drift turning. And when you drift turn, you can't really slide like you used to. It feels like the hog is heavier and slower. But on the contrast, it has an immaculate turning radius, and the brakes are better than they've ever been. So, it's weird that the hog changes every time. But I guess a lot of things change every time. It just...
Yeah.
I was hoping for more of the speed vehicle than the, Halo 5 beefy tank hog. I feel like Infinite nailed it, and why didn't you just put the Infinite hog in there?
I would say probably because there was a lot of negative outcry about things in Halo Infinite, and they may have overcorrected a little bit too much. I feel like the development team at Halo Studios really wants a win, and so they're trying to do everything right, and that's just impossible. I think that for me, they did enough right for me personally to call this game a win, even if the Warthog just isn't it.
Right. They're allowed to miss with some things. Like, the Ghost is perfect. The Ghost feels exactly like it did in Halo 1. The Banshee, I think, is one of the better Banshees ever in the franchise. The Banshee is so good in this new one. I love the way it handles. I love its speed. I love its maneuverability. And what I really like is that it's one of the first times that if you fly it right and at the right angle, you truly can just kind of hover strafe. You don't have to go forward or do like loops. You can just left and right jiggle and go down just a little bit over time. It is really, really satisfying every time you get to use the Banshee.
I love that with the Banshee in this one, we're back to not having to switch firing modes.
Yeah, right. It should just be an alt fire.
Yep, it was a simple little thing that they went back to. It made me happy. I agree with some of the takes I saw online that I would like them to go back to an older style, like visual style on the Banshee. I like when its wings were like twigs. There's just something about it.
Okay.
Halo Reach changed it in a big way, and they've kind of been riding that art style ever since. And I could see why people would like that, but I just like the OG Banshee from the first 3 Halo games. But again, personal taste. I think the Banshee looks good. I really enjoy how shiny the Covenant vehicles are.
I wish they would outright say that it's the reason, instead of just making me assume and hope. And it makes sense that there would be 2 different types of Banshees, because you have one that can go out in space and one for in-atmosphere. The one from 1, 2, and 3 is an in-atmosphere model, and the one for Reach and up is more of a space-able one, because it has the full ceiling cockpit where your legs don't dangle out.
Yep.
But that is, I agree with you, kind of what I liked about that. The Banshee, it felt like I'm riding in a clam with wings that doesn't even really close.
One of the things I always liked about the Banshee in the original Halo was the sound it made. It was almost TIE Fighter-esque. It screamed everywhere you went, which it's called the Banshee. It should.
It should, yeah, it should. Instead, now it's like a noise. And those are fine noises, but it sounds more like a plasma engine instead of like that screaming noise, where it's like tearing through the air.
It's just these little things that have been lost along the way, and I would like them back. It's the flavor that made the whole, and it's I don't know where it disappeared. I would have to go through the games and see when that changed. I imagine it was probably Halo Reach.
Yeah.
But I want my screaming Banshee back.
I guess we can head out to the next one, which is the mission you could get a Banshee in the original, but you don't. The assault in the control room. We covered a little bit of. Oh, we skipped Truth and Reconciliation, yeah. But
we did.
I think
we kind of covered that in the first bonus mission, didn't we?
I think it's kind of it's a nice remaking of the mission. Like, I really like the preamble up before you get into the ship. They nailed the sniper run, the stealth section. It's all really good.
There is something in there I would like to talk about.
Go ahead.
So you and I'll talk about it again here. There are certain art style decisions that were made in this game that I really think are showing that it's a next gen game, that it's something special, and that there's details where people are paying attention. So every time you blow up a fusion coil, a plasma grenade, you get these arcs of plasmas. They're like the jets on the sun.
Mhm.
I assume they got the idea from these like loops, these coming off. And then with the plasma pistol, if you overcharge it close enough to the ground, it will arc plasma to the ground as it's going.
Yeah, shoot
And
little lightning bolts.
those are little details. Now, on Truth and Reconciliation, when you get to the gravity lift, that entire like bowl that you're in, there are rocks floating in the air because of the gravity lift. They're not going up. It's as if gravity in the entire area is being altered, and those little floating rocks were a detail that really just when later on in the game, whenever there's another gravity lift, I wanted to look for them again because I wanted to see if this was something they were going to do again. It was just, for me, it was chef's kiss. It was a little detail. It didn't need to be there, but it made that whole section that much more cool.
It's those little decisions that matter so much. It's that passion of, well, I can do it, I should do it, I have the time to do it, I can do it, I'm allowed to do it, I'm doing it. There's a lot of those little things, just tiny little details. When you're walking through the Covenant ship, it's not just like one big metal platform anymore. You can zoom in and see all the micro little hexagon. Well, they're not, maybe octagons, whatever. They're a shape, a bunch of interlocking little shapes on the floor that make up the floor pattern now. That, as far as I can remember, wasn't ever really officially in the design of the Covenant floor. They have the graphic fidelity now, so fuck it, we're gonna make the floor look alien.
One little thing, it's a very minor detail. When you first go up the gravity lift and you're in the hangar bay of the ship, that there's a wraith in there, and since you can now pilot the wraiths and all of that, it's not just set dressing. You can get in the turret.
It's not very useful, but yes, you can.
Yes, it's not very useful, but I used it. I was able to kill people with it, and it was a very small detail that I appreciated. I also appreciate that wraith can act as a giant grenade if you need it to.
Yeah, it's very nice. I never in the campaign have yet to use a wraith because I forgot it was a thing, because in Halo 1 you can't get in the wraith, so I never even tried. I went to go try when I replayed one of the prequel missions, and I punched the wraith, and then I punched it one too many times and exploded.
The one and only time I ever piloted the wraith was on Truth and Reconciliation, and it was right before I got the Scorpion. And so I wasn't in it for very long.
Assault on the control room. Yeah.
Another detail I like, something that we've discussed in the past, that we discussed before, that didn't have to be in the game but was in Truth and Reconciliation. Whenever you're going through the various prisoner cells in the brig on the ship, that there's a grunt. I don't know why he's in a prison cell.
What did he do? Yeah, why is he a traitor?
But when you release him, not only does he not fight you, all of the Marines are just like, cool, this guy's with us now. You can trade whatever gun you want with him.
Oh, it's just Todd the Ungoy. No worries, we all know him.
It's just a silly little detail that I appreciated. Now, a silly little detail I wasn't all about is at the very end of the mission. I didn't like, it was the only cutscene I really wasn't all about, was whenever they were redoing Keyes killing the hunters with the spirit.
I thought that was so much better.
See, it was the slow motion. I thought it was
Oh,
campy.
okay, the slow-mo. Yeah,
It was
the slow-mo.
It was campy in not the kind of Halo campiness I want. Like, I get that you're trying
that was
to
like
show
a Marvel
me that
moment.
Keyes is...
Yeah, we didn't need
I get that
slow-mo.
you're trying to show that Keyes is a great pilot, you know, because he is. But did the slow motion have to be there? I don't know. It's, again, like with a lot of things, it's personal taste. It was fine for an action scene, but I found it campy in the wrong way. But, you know, in a world, in a game full of home runs, you're allowed to have a foul ball every now and again.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with you. The slow-mo didn't need to be there, but the cutscene is so much better than the original. Like the way Chief is holding off on both of them, they're both approaching him. It feels like that is something that would happen. Whereas in the original cutscene, the hunters just stand there and they're like, "All right, kill me now."
Yeah, if you think about it in the sense that this is Keyes on the fly thinking, "Hey, I can do this cool thing," then that's fine. I don't need the slow motion to kind of be this weird.
He's already doing something really cool. You don't need to make the cool moment cool.
Yeah.
Too much of a good thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so after you finish that mission, that's Silent Cartographer. Nice beach mission. It's actually, like, mind-blowing how good that mission looks. The sand is incredible. The water, in a lot of places, looks really, really, really good. So there's some places where it doesn't make any sense because it's just water layered on water, but it's gonna happen.
A little detail in the mission I really appreciated is in the skybox, there are the giant maintenance servitor, or not servitors, but giant maintenance sentinels. So if you look in the background, you'll see these giant constructs. And this is just me pulling from book knowledge, that they're just maintenance sentinels out there doing whatever. And it's a little detail that I appreciated. It made the skybox that much more interesting. On a mission where the skybox is like everything.
Yeah, considering you have nothing to look at besides sand and rocks, and then inside the Covenant, or inside the Forerunner structure, yeah. It's very important to make that mission look good. And in a lot of promo material, that and the mission Halo are like the titular ones. Like, the amount of times I've seen the beach deployment in, like, promo, it's like a classic Halo moment where you storm the beach.
Yep.
I think the Silent Cartographer is the mission that changed the least, and I think that's a good thing, because that mission was basically perfect.
It's short, it's sweet, it does exactly what you need and want it to do. And everyone knows what it is. Nobody needs any explanation of how to do that mission. It's pretty squared away.
There's only 2 objectives you can do, and either order you do it in is fine. There's a better order, but any order is fine.
Yep.
Before I came out, I was hearing complaints about how the metal on the island changed from stone to metal, because it was like stone like metal. And a big one was at the end of the mission, you deploy inside the island, like a hatch opens up and you go into it. And in the original, it doesn't make sense how that hatch would open, and in the new one, it doesn't really make sense. You just have to kind of imagine that the Forerunner metal can bend in ways that don't look like they're joints. You know? Like, because of how hard light and their gravity tech and stuff works, maybe the metal just detaches from itself and floats. Like, it doesn't have to work any sort of way. I really like how it looked. It looks like it's more cohesive, and it looks so much better, in my opinion, for a overall cohesive Forerunner look. And I love that stainless steel look. Whenever
they were showing not the first like, not the first time they were showing it off at an expo, but the second time when we got to see the updates to it.
Mhm.
I couldn't find any faults, because there is a fine line where you can take things too far. But not I can't complain about the metal in this game, because it feels subdued enough that I want there to be little details, like little lights and greeblies and stuff on it. I don't need it to be Halo 4. Everything
Yeah,
was
yeah.
too busy. And since all of those constructs were built within a general time frame, you'd expect the design language to be kind of universal, especially
Especially when a lot of
because,
that's made by computers, and it's like, all right, here's the blueprint, go make it.
yeah,
There's not a lot of artistic flair outside of the initial blueprint.
yeah, I think they did well in this remake. I can't look at any of the Forerunner designs and see that it's just too busy. And in the past, the Forerunner design language was limited by the technology. It was simple, not because they wanted it to be simple, but because they just simply weren't able to make it as fancy as we want it now. I mean, I played games in that time frame. There's sometimes you got textures on a wall, and it was a flat wall with a texture, and you were lucky if that texture didn't randomly twitch constantly every time you looked around. So I can't complain. I think that the design language really cemented itself around Halo 3. That's where it was okay. I want some detail, but it needs to mostly be just flat metal walls. And I feel that they've gone back to that. There was enough outcry in the last couple Halo games that they got the message.
Yeah, even though I like Infinite's sort of Forerunner art direction, it was just too much of it all the time everywhere because of the nature of that ring. So it's nice. It's nice that this remade version of this ring has so much nature alongside the Forerunner tech. I really like the ring's new nature systems. It looks realistic, and if that's what you were wanting, perfect. Because back when trees were like flat brown textures with holes in it, I didn't love that. It's really nice that trees are bark now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me being like old-headed about it, you know. I try to just appreciate what we get when we get it, because you're never going to get what you used to get.
You know, you mentioned it earlier, how you can be blinded by your own nostalgia. But I think that this is one of the few times where a game looks to me now how I felt it looked back in the day. And that's a good thing. Because when they remade Halo 1 after Reach, when 343 first took it over, that was so far away
It
from
was so cartoony. It was so bright, oversaturated. It wasn't bad. It was just so, whoa. I wasn't expecting all my shit to be lemon flavored.
I think, and this is just my interpretation, I think that the Covenant architecture on the Halos should be utilitarian, because these are these constructs are weapons being built at the height of the most horrific war that the entire galaxy has ever seen. Why are you making them pretty? These are guns. They should just be a gun. And then, well, you know, the librarian came in and said, no, they're they're also going to be game preserves, so they have to have some vegetation on them. They can't just be guns. But the bones are still just a gun. So it should have a utilitarian design language, and so that's
especially
why...
when you get into deep... especially when you get deeper than anything that's on the surface. On the surface, they can make it, like, pretty and stuff. Like, the relay towers on the first or on the second mission Halo, the ones that shoot the beacons out into the other parts of Halo to communicate data and like firing mechanisms and telemetry and stuff. Those are pretty, but as soon as you go down into it to like go rescue the Marines, it's all just function down there.
Yep.
And I really appreciate I feel like they re-locked in the art direction. So if they can keep this and keep this uniform going forward, this is perfect. It feels like it's new and it feels classic, which I think is the best. I didn't want Halo 1 again with a new coat of paint. I wanted a new Halo 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it, especially with the reprising of Chief and Cortana. They really make it feel like, in my head, I'm like gonna play the line, and then I play the line in my head, and then Cortana says it differently. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's nice.
There was an interview with Jen Taylor where she was talking about how you only see the finished product. You don't see the number of takes that she does, because sometimes there's just a line that she doesn't know how to say. And I think that we see that in this one on how she's reprising lines. Maybe she wanted to say it differently this time than she had in the past, because we've heard Cortana say these lines numerous times now. And she's a different person, so why not give it something new?
A good example of is at the very end in the Maw, when you get to the bridge and you're trying to start the self-destruct sequence. The monitor stops it. She cuts off the comms, and the way she says that is different. But she goes and says, "Well, even if I could get the countdown started," and in my head, I have like the MP3 of how she says it in the original, like the cadence and everything, and she just says it in I don't know what to do. Like more of a defeated instead of like a sing-songy way. And I'm like, oh, it feels so much more weighty. Like Cortana not knowing what to do, she would be like, I don't know what to do.
I want to wait to touch on that when we get to when we talk about keys. There's something that happens to that mission that's gonna expand on what we're getting at there, and I'd like to wait on that.
Assault on the Control Room has always sort of been my favorite mission of Halo 1, because it's all of the best elements of what make Halo 1 a good game. It has the hallway shooting, it has the sneaking, it has the vehicle sections, and it has the like big battles. And at the very end, when you actually open up and get into the control room, storming those huge like reserves of enemies that are waiting for you, it feels really good. And there isn't a single part of Assault on the Control Room that I dislike. I love how long it is. I love every part of it.
I am going to double down on what you're saying, because to me personally, in the very beginning of the mission, when you finally make it down the elevator and walk outside to where you meet with the Marines with the Warthog, has always had even more of an impact on me than when you first walk out of the drop pod on Halo. Because you start that mission and it's so cramped, and then suddenly you walk outside and it's snowing. Mm-hmm. Which, because up to this point, you've seen grass, nighttime cliffs, and a beach.
And a spaceship.
And now and a spaceship. And now it's snowing in this valley. It's just...
Halo 1 takes you to vistas. Every level is a new... it's almost like they were just like testing tech. You're like, okay, what's the next level going to be like? I don't know. Want to put it in a swamp? Sure. It doesn't, like, to me, it doesn't make sense why these Forerunner facilities would be where they are. Why is a Siren Cartographer on an island in the middle of, like, a small archipelago in the middle of a ocean? How long did it take to fly out to there? That's touched on in the book if you really care about, but it just, something I've said since Halo 1 came out. If you just play through the game on mute and you skip the cutscenes, the game goes spaceship, cool, weird alien ring world. Okay, now I'm fighting cliffs. Now I'm in an alien spaceship. Okay, now I'm on a beach. Okay, now I'm in the fucking snow valleys. What? I'm in the Himalayas? Where the fuck am I?
And then shit really gets weird after that. But I think that if you pay attention when playing the first game, you really feel like you're going, like you're exploring this ring, because these biomes are so different that there's no way that you could just be in one little area on the Halo. You're traveling.
A good example of that is at the end of Assault on Control Room, you're sent to go find keys in the swamp on 343 Guilty Spark. Doing that and the mission to library do not actually take that long, like, at all. Like, going through the swamp and going through the library, I think in lore take 2-3 hours. But the travel distance from the control room all the way to the swamp, even though they teleport back, is still 12 hours it took Chief to get back to Cortana in the control room. How far away was that swamp from the snowy valley? Hours of flight? Mm-hmm. The ring is pretty big.
But I would agree that Assault in the Control Room is probably also my favorite mission in the entire game. Just because there's so much to do. There might be missions that are more popular because of nostalgic memories of them, but if there's one specific mission, like say in Halo 3, I think my favorite mission in the entire game is the Ark.
Yeah, the Ark fucking rock. Like, the Covenant is a good mission, but the Ark is definitely the best mission.
And I think Assault in the Control Room, the whole going through the same looking room constantly is fine because it makes you feel like you're in a facility. How many places do you go on a daily? Yeah. How many places do you go on a daily life, or like in your daily life, where the design language is going to be the same because it's a facility. But those rooms are so alien. They could be, the function could be anything. It's just these weird circular rooms. But once you get out into the valley, it's like, okay, there's a random like rock tower with a building inside of it. What could the purpose of this be? And at this point in the game, you don't know why this valley is frozen yet. Because wasn't I just on a beach? Why am I now in this frozen place? And even Cortana comments on it. Did they make it this way on purpose? It's very subtle foreshadowing because you don't even know yet.
Yeah, it's definitely a great ride. Especially now that you are able to take the Wraith, it's another option for you to go through most of the mission with like just blasting shit. It's the only mission in the game that you get the tank. So already extra bonus points for it. And something that I like and also appreciate for just like game design purpose is upcoming, you come back to this mission, as I mentioned, and then you backtrack the mission. So you do the assault on the control room twice in Halo. And both times you're there, it rocks. Especially in the remake, they make the second time you come back so much different because not only you're going backwards, it feels different. It's like mirrored and backwards. There's new enemies there and all sorts of new environment for you to see and alter the terrain. So it's great.
It's why I'm really hoping that we ride this all the way to Halo 3, because I'm really excited for the Storm and Floodgate. It is the same formula, but the location makes it even cooler, in my opinion.
Especially now that we know that they can nail the cinematic and organic feel of the environments, because it is a video game. Every single one of these rooms are like handcrafted by a developer or teams of developers for a purpose. They all have a reason. That part where you're fighting the 2 scarabs, or well, 1 scarab and then a second. I don't know, but either way, you're fighting the scarabs on the Storm, and you get to the part where you have tons of Marines and you have all these options on how you attack the scarab. You can jump on it, you can go blow its legs off, you can do some tricks. Just that vista of looking over the cliff onto the excavation site, and then behind you being the ripped apart city. I am so excited for that to be in modern graphics, because Halo 3 is the only one that hasn't been touched. It is been relegated to its 720p glory for so long. It got a 1080p like fidelity update, but it's at the core just a 720p masterpiece, and it's never been upgraded. It didn't get a remaster. If they nail this one, which I think we both agree they did, they will probably do the second one. And if they do the second one well, which I think they can, then they earn the right to do number 3. That game is sacred. It is a perfect trilogy, 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
And I think Assault on the Control Room is part of that perfect trilogy because it's a perfect mission. I love every part of that mission. And the ending cutscene where you finally get to the control room and you shove Cortana in it is such a good cutscene because it really helps show Cortana's character and who she will eventually become. Because Cortana up until this point has kind of been like just your little chummy pal and on your side and like willing to help you out and giving you advice and almost kind of like teasing you and stuff. And then you shove her in this computer and she disappears. And then in the original, she comes back almost instantly. But in the remake, I love how much suspense they put into this interaction. She's like, what's going on? And then when she comes like back out of the computer, she is a 40-foot golden pure light hologram version of herself.
I think it was great design to make her gold when she comes back. Because with all of the discourse about her being blue instead of purple, she comes out and she is obviously changed in some form or fashion. Because that's not the last time we see her gold.
I like that her personality is noticeably different as she's overwhelmed by the system that she's in. She's, to quote her, is the wealth of knowledge so much, so fast. Yeah, I could imagine. You just got plugged into an alien supercomputer. It would probably be pretty cool.
Yep.
She starts to go through the files and read things and realizes a lot of things at once and isn't able to really communicate effectively because she's so deep in processing mode that she just tells Chief, hey, you need to go meet up with Captain. Captain bad, Captain in, yeah, go stop Captain.
He knows not what he's doing. You need to go get him now.
Okay, let's go. And he goes to like yank her out of the computer and she's like, nope, no time for that. Like, it would take 2 seconds. I can literally go whoop and you'll be in my head. I can do the second half of that while sprinting. I'll just pull this out, sprint, and put you in my head. What do you mean no time? okay, I'm sprinting. I'm listening, Cortana. And he just runs out of the room and leaves her there. Which is, I think, thematic. It seems like every single time Chief has ever left Cortana behind for any reason, good or bad, bad things have happened.
Yeah.
So it's a running theme that every time those two get separated, it's not good for her. It is not good for her. So she sends you to where the captain was going because he was going through some alien information and interpreted it as a sort of weapons cache somewhere. So they were going to the weapons cache to help fight the Covenant, to help take control of the ring, and, you know, win, I guess. So the captain is on his way to what he thinks is a weapons cache, and you are going to go in or intercept him because, like you said, he know not what he do. Although we don't know either because Cortana didn't give us time to get the info. So, which is, I've never read The Flood, which is the novelization of this book, but did Cortana and Chief not radio contact at all while he was on the way to a Pelican or a Banshee or a Phantom or however the fuck he gets to? I mean, he has to get to Echo 419 so Echo 419 could take him to the fucking swamp. And nowhere during that flying did he contact Cortana and say, "Hey, so what's going on?"
So here's the thing, right? Something you got to take into account with the actual book for The Flood, and keep in mind, I avoided this book for a long time because I just wasn't interested in reading a novelization of the game. Mm-hmm. That was a mistake because actually, a majority of the book isn't even about Chief. It's about all the other stuff that was going on. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that it ever actually touches on that. It obviously has a lot about the upcoming, or, you know, the upcoming mission and everything, but a majority of the book actually doesn't have to do with Chief. So, yeah.
I think that's kind of a good thing.
Yeah, it's 100% it's a good thing. It's why I felt like a fool whenever I finally did get around to reading it, because I was like, oh shit, I guess this all makes sense. As a kid, I never questioned where Echo 419 was fueling up or where she just kept getting all these warhogs she just kept delivering me. You know, she delivers, but where from? Where, you know? I never thought about any of that, but yeah, someone decided, they were like, hey, I'm going to write a book and I'm going to explain all of this.
You just gave me a brain blast moment. Like, in Silent Cartographer, Foehammer says, anybody order a warthog? And then Sergeant Stacker, which is a recurring NPC in the first game, he was one of those, like... So Johnson wasn't really a character in the first game. He was the drill sergeant guy in the first cutscene, and then he was like a random face marine that could spawn throughout the game. Nothing really special. And then at the very end of the game, he has like a post-credit scene, like as a joke. Then in the second game, they make him a character. So going forward, he always is a character and not just that guy. The second other guy in the first game that's very similar to that is a white guy named Sergeant Stacker, he's basically like Arlie Ermy, you know? That's kind of his thing. And in the mission, Sergeant Stacker calls back to Foehammer and says, hey, I didn't know you do house calls. And then she says, you know our motto, we deliver. Sergeant Stacker is not in that mission. He is none of the Marines on the entire island. He is none of the corpses. He is not on that Pelican that is dropping off the Warthog. I have never seen Sergeant Stacker in this remake. I have not seen him one time.
You know,
I've seen Mendoza. I've seen Benetti. I've seen fucking Jenkins. I've seen Perez. You know, I've seen all of them. I've not seen fucking Sergeant Stacker.
The last time we had anything to do with Stacker that I'm aware of was in Halo Reach, and he was just a voice.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
He's the long since forgotten character.
It made me annoyed, though, because they used the Sergeant Stacker voice line, and they even make sure to put Stacker colon, like that's his name, you know, like that's the guy saying the line. I'm like, but he's not here. I want Sergeant Stacker to be in my Warthog and then calling out how he's like doming these Covenant. You know, I want him in. I want that character. That's why I like that NPC Marine. That's why I bonded with him. It's because he's like Arlie Ermine. He's cool and he's gung ho Marine.
Well, then it looks like you need to get to modding
and just mod him in and just put all his voice lines back in. You're absolutely right.
The voice lines exist. It shouldn't be that hard. But he has to be the low-res poly model of him from the original Halo game.
Yeah. No, but yeah, you made me realize that. Yeah, I've not seen Stacker one time in the whole game. Anyway, so you fly out and any comments about the art design, I think, in any other parts of the game, I think are crazy, you know, whatever. You can dislike UE5's optimization. You can dislike how it stutters. You can dislike how the lighting hits things. Whatever. But it objectively looks really good. And that culminates, I think, in this mission. Especially this intro cutscene and up until you get into the first structure. The game... It's like you're playing a different game when you get into this mission. It looks so creepy, so dark, so atmospheric. And I feel like they did the remake to this first zone so good because if you're walking around exploring, trying to like find anything that might be out there, you might actually find some shit.
Yes. And I think that's what's made Guilty Spark special since the beginning. That you could, if you went out, be into the forest a little bit, they sprinkled stuff out there. And one thing that I noticed and I look for now is right after you go past the downed spirit in the tree, like the real focal point at the beginning of the mission, right? Mm-hmm. Whenever you go across the tree bridge, there's what are the turrets called?
Shade.
The shade turrets. If you are paying close enough attention, you can see a flood combat form. He's there for a moment and he runs away. That's
what I was saying. That's what I was alluding to. But yeah, there's so many of those throughout the mission that were originally there and so many more added. I was walking around exploring and I like, climbed up a rock and I looked around. I'm like, oh, that's cool or whatever. And then I went to go like turn around to go back down the rock I just climbed. And two of them were there for like 25, 30 frames. Not even for like a whole second, you know?
One thing that Halo does really well, and has done consistently well, is slipping into horror. Because you need the grunts to be silly. Mm-hmm. You need the Marines to be caricatures of caricatures. Because the moment the flood shows up, the tonal shift is so drastic for the entire rest of the game.
Things are no longer fun. Things are no longer happy. Things are no longer campy. You're no longer exploring. You're running, defending, and fighting.
Halo 3 changes a little bit because it touches on the flood for a minute to that level, and then you go to the Ark, and you're back into Covenant mode again. Mm-hmm. But Halo 1 and Halo 2 really nail the tonal shift. And Halo 1, because they put so much effort into hiding it. As I said before, Assault in the Control Room starts the foreshadowing, but you don't know yet, because how could you? I mean, it's the whole point. Neither Chief nor Cortana know. They're already questioning, why is this place cold? We were just on an island. Did they make it this way on purpose? And then you get to Guilty Spark, and in the first game, it's creepy because it's so low poly. Mm-hmm. And then the Halo 1 remake comes out for the anniversary, and it was too bright. It glowed too much. It wasn't scary.
There was so much bioluminescence. It was weird.
Then Campaign Evolved comes out, and it's dark. and you have the downed spirit being the main light source in this one area. And yeah, out in the jungle, you have some bioluminescent trees being all green and looking funny as they always have, but you know where to go because you go where the lights are. You go where the enemies are running from, and it's this atmosphere. And then, as we were just talking about, you have the flood darting out of vision on the edges, and it builds and builds and builds. But there's other details I don't really remember if it was this way in the back, all the way back in the original release. But when you get inside, right after you go down that very first elevator to go down into the facility, and all of the Covenant are hiding in that tiny little tunnel.
Right.
That's a detail that they didn't have to do, but it feels like that is what they would be doing.
Again, I took with your point. I don't know if this was in the original, but as you're progressing, if you're paying attention, you'll notice that the Covenant are not waiting or defending for you. They are, when you walk into a room, they're guarding a different door. It's like, this is the door we care about. You can come up and backsmack me. I'm not turning my way from this vision. I need to keep an eye on this door. It absolutely drips like, oh, something's happening that shouldn't. And literally at the very beginning, if you pay attention, you get it's not even foreshadowing. They just tell you there's a new kind of hostile. It's not Covenant. Okay. What could that be? Whatever these guys are scared
of. At
this
point, it might be who built this place. Who knows? We might have finally found them. But it's the Covenant hiding in the tunnel. It's them always guarding the door you need to go through, not the door you were coming through. And then you come up on the Marine. The scared Marine. And it's like, okay, what's going on here? And I love that the scared Marine is a reoccurring thing throughout the franchise. Yeah. But I really appreciate this. And I also like that you can already see flood biomass all the way in the beginning.
It keeps getting bigger and bigger every room that you get into, like the little drippy shit in the middle.
And another detail I love is when you finally get before the room, is when there's the dead Marine there where you could see he obviously, it's either the blood has been dripping from him down the ramp, or he crawled his way up the ramp.
Or worse, was dragged and then let go.
Yeah. I really appreciate the environmental storytelling leading up to this. And
that's mostly what the first part of this mission is because the small encounters you have with the Covenant are nothing. There's like the first encounter, literally you can just walk past because they're not engaging you at all. They are leaving you alone. The second time you just plow through them, you can walk right past the next encounter to the door. There's like a couple jackals. There's maybe a few guys that you have to fight, but for the most part, the enemies are not worried about you. They have bigger concerns. It all culminates, as you said, in the room. You get to the core of the facility, and this is basically where the trackers are letting you know where, at least their last location was. And you come across a door that has a UNSC datapad thing on it that has unsealed the door. So definitely your guys have been here. Not to mention the corpse right there that you just talked about. But, this cutscene is so good and unlike anything else in the entire franchise. You start the cutscene by Chief inspecting the door. He's creeped out. He's clearly on as edge as the player should be if you've never done this mission before. He's like, this is fucked in a way that I'm not used to. Okay, so he unseals the door, and immediately a guy that was leaning against the door falls on Chief, and Chief, having quick reaction time, doesn't like panic or anything, realizes it's a fellow soldier, and gently catches him and drops him to the floor. Chief is so preoccupied with this that he even puts down his weapon, which I'm going to comment. He did this twice in Campaign Evolved, and it annoys me that he put his gun down. When in other scenes, it is confirmed that this model of Mark V does have the magnet back holsters.
I will give Chief the benefit in this specific instance because he is flustered.
Like, sure, yeah, so he sets the gun down. Yeah, I get it, sure. But whenever he's leaving in the fucking longsword at the end of the mission, or at the end of the game, and he has the fucking thing in the one part of the seat that you never put any of your stuff, because if you put your stuff there, it's going to fall underneath the seat, and then you're going to have to get out of the car and reach underneath the seat to get your phone. That's where he puts his assault rifle. In the one spot you never put your fucking assault rifle in the car.
I mean, to be fair, in that cutscene, he was dealing with a lot, but I get what you're coming. You're coming.
He has a magnet. He has a magnet back holster. Just put it on your back.
Yeah. So yes, he catches the Marine, and then we get easily one of the most atmospheric cutscenes in the entire franchise.
Because it's not actively happening. It's a recording. You pick up the helmet. In the original, you pick up the helmet of the guy that just fell on you. But in this, he explores a little bit. He sees some more stuff, and he picks up Jenkins' helmet. Not the guy that was on the floor. We don't know who that Marine is. We'll never know. He's just that guy. Which is a weird change, because in the original, that guy was Jenkins, and and now he's not. So, just pointing it out. Chief takes the little data chip thingy and puts it in his head, which allows him to access the, basically like the body cam for the soldier.
You notice he wouldn't be able to do that if he had Cortana in his helmet currently.
That might be true, but Cortana would probably scan the helmet and be like, all right, I pulled it from it. Because she can do a lot of that stuff wirelessly, so.
Fair enough.
All he would probably have to do is just touch the helmet, and she'd be like, got it, playing now. But you're right, absolutely. He wouldn't be able to shove that chip in there unless he was like, hold on, let me take you out. Okay, there we go. So, it plays the deployment of Johnson and his boys that you have done a couple missions with now. So, Basenti is there, Mendoza is there, Perez, and Jenkins. I think there's one more, but I don't remember his name. They're all there, and they are sent to scout ahead before the captain gets there. So they go into the facility before you do. They go through all the buildings. They're there before the Covenant. Well, before the second wave of Covenant. The first wave of Covenant is already there, and as they're going through the facility, they notice there's dead Covenant in here. And it looks like they've been ripped apart or plasma burned. I don't know what this is. Their guts are scrambled, man. Which I really like it because the pacing of the cutscene and the way it's shot, it feels like guys that are trying to act tough but are actually really scared. I encourage you, whoever's watching this, to go ahead and watch the cutscene, because it's really, really good. And if you don't feel like watching the cutscenes, then whatever. Anyway, so it fast forwards more into the facility, and they get into the room that you're in, and they comment that the Covenant tried really hard to lock this down, which may or may not be true. In the original game, I thought it was just them being wrong, and that, you know, the Forerunners are the ones who locked the doors. But it's possible that the Covenant went in there, they fucked around, they're like, nope, and then they got out and locked the door. So, I don't know. What do you think?
Can you repeat that one more time?
So the door that is sealing off this room the guy who goes to put the data pad on it says, the Covenant worked really hard to lock this down. Are you sure you want me to unlock it? And Johnson says, yeah, do it. In the original, I just assumed that was just them being wrong and that it was the Forerunner that locked that door and it hadn't been opened in thousands of years or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But now I think that maybe that's not true because the Covenant had already been experiencing a outbreak before we got there. So
yeah,
maybe they did get an outbreak out of that room and then they sealed the room, or maybe there was a different part of the facility broke out. I don't know. That's what I'm asking what you think.
I don't know. And because of the nature of what happens right after this and how all of the other doors in that room are also locked, I don't really know. Because, yeah, it implies that they would have locked all the other doors as well and then tried to lock this door as they were leaving. It's hard to say without having more information. But it's easy for it to make sense that the Covenant would have tried to lock it down.
Does that... I guess it's just a pondering question, but does that imply that this little data pad thingy can crack other Forerunner door encryptions?
It's a bit of a MacGuffin because it's the same data pad thing that Johnson was using in the bonus missions.
Yeah, but his had like a little handle on it. He had like a handheld version, whereas the ones in that mission, they put on the door physically.
Well, think about this, right? If we're going to ponder, in Halo Reach, Halsey knew about Forerunner technology because on Reach, because that's like the whole deal where she is in the lab. So I think it would, if Johnson, because this is his little like special operations group thing, I would assume that they would have access to that, but it also could have a dumb AI in it. Yeah,
just a dumb AI that's point is just open door.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much of a stretch to think that Oni would have given him and his like Black Ops group some sort of decryption tech or something. Especially if having access to Forerunner tech plussed it up and made it easier to unlock like human stuff or whatever.
Fair, yeah.
I just say Halsey was probably behind it. She's the key MacGuffin of everything, so if it exists and it works, she probably had some hand in it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The cutscene continues. They meet up in the room that you're currently standing in, and then Captain Keyes finally shows up, and they have a bit of information exchange, and as they're talking, they get some comms saying, hey, we're being attacked. It's not Covenant. Reinforcing the thing that we heard on the dropship at the very beginning, if you went to listen to it. That there's a new faction that's coming to fight you. And as we've said, it's the Flood. We don't really see where they come from. They just kind of start dropping from the ceiling and other places. But they start getting absolutely overwhelmed with little infestor guys. They're essentially like head-shaped things with legs and little like bug feelers.
Yep.
And they jump at you and they try to eat you and then they crawl inside of you and mutate you. It's really gross. It's really awful. In Halo 3, it's horrific to watch people be transformed by it.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for the graphic fidelity of that. That's going to be horrible.
And the more you learn about the Flood, the worse it gets. It never stops getting worse.
Yeah, so they get overwhelmed and the cutscene sort of ends because Jenkins dies. The guy that didn't shoot his gun one time. Chief ends the recording and yanks it out of him, and he is, as best as you can tell from a super soldier that wears a helmet, He looks scared.
Understandable.
So things start busting out of all the doors nearby you, and you gotta fight off waves of these things. And if you're unlucky, a couple of the like full-on combat forms will come and attack you. But for the most part, it's just little popcorn guys. And then the rest of the mission is get the fuck out of here.
One thing I love about this mission, and it goes back to visual storytelling, is, like you said before, as the mission progresses, it just keeps getting worse. There's more and more flood. There's more and more blood. It's you can actually see the extent of what happened here before Keyes, Johnson, or anyone else showed up. Like there's I think probably one of the more famous parts of it is the elevator you go down, and as you're going down the elevator, there's just blood on the wall everywhere. The whole way down.
It's like somebody blew up grunts repeatedly as they fell down this elevator.
Or the first fake out elevator that you try to escape on, which you press the button and it just free falls on fire.
Right, because that's the elevator you come in at. So like if you go back to the elevator you came in at, that one falls from the sky and blows up, and you're like, okay. And you have to reroute yourself to another part of the facility, which requires you to go another level deeper. So to escape, you have to get even deeper into this shit before you can get out.
What I find interesting about this mission in particular is that a lot of the rooms you go through appear to just be prison cells. Mm-hmm. And so it raises the question, what kind of experiments were being done here? Because we know that the Forerunners are very famous for doing experiments on their most feared enemy. So what experiments were they doing down here that they were keeping things in cells that warranted being in a cell?
It's a good question. Cool dogs?
No, that was humanity that had those dogs. But yeah, I think this mission, the only thing about it that isn't perfect is the ending.
So yeah, you finally escape the facility, you come out into the swamp, meet up with some Marines, and you fight your way through a horde and reach out to a tower in the middle of the clearing. Echo 419 radios you and says, once you find the clearing, just wait there and I'll come pick you up. So you just gotta hold out now. And it's kind of a slog.
It overstays its welcome, and it's a weird part of a mission that's been very claustrophobic the whole time.
And then you're suddenly in a weird claustrophobic area that's outside now. And to agree with you, yeah, it overstays its welcome because you've already at this point been fighting tons of flood with this shotgun. And now you're out in this big open area and you just have to stand there in the corner and just wait till flood run at you with a shotgun for a couple of minutes. Like,
yep.
It's no different than what you've been doing. If there were like turrets that you had to activate, or you had to like something that I think that would make that really good is if down there in that area you're defending there was a sentinel generator and you had to keep putting sentinels out to help you. At least give you something to do.
Because you get like three sentinels to help you when you get out there. It's your first time seeing sentinels in the game, but they help you a little bit. But other than that, it's too many waves of enemies, and it overstays its welcome. And I assume that it's because it's a short mission. They wanted to pad the mission out just a little bit so that you didn't just speed run it. Mm-hmm. But I don't necessarily think that added anything to the mission. Like, yeah, I'd like to get to the tower and wait a minute to try and have like Fohammer come and get you, but how far away was she?
Right, she should be stationed like at most like 5 minutes away.
Yeah,
Pelicans fly pretty fast.
Because she knew that you were there to pick up the captain. She should have been there, like ready to go.
Especially after your transponder disappears, she should be like, okay, well, Chief doesn't usually die, so he's gonna be back soon. So I gotta make sure I'm ready.
Yeah. Well, that being said, though, it does give us the introduction to one of the more interesting characters of the franchise.
343 Guilty Spark, who is the monitor of Installation 04. Little ball computer guy with a light bulb for a face. Very nerdy, but not a pushover.
Yes. With unnecessarily deep lore.
Yeah, unnecessary. That is actually true. That didn't need to exist at all. It didn't benefit anyone.
Nope.
But it's fine. If you want to know who 343 used to be 50,000 150 million years ago, so he's a fucking turbo old guy, and you want to find out who he used to be, go read a book. And
there's an entire trilogy
for you.
There's a trilogy that it just ends with an explanation. It just ends. Oh yeah, and by the way, this character, he's 343 Guilty Spark. Cool. Thanks, I guess.
Nice, awesome. Yeah, so his job is to maintain, repair, and monitor the installation, and then wait for the call for it to be activated, and then upon that call, go through the activation of the ring and fire it. Oh, by the way, Halo is a super weapon. So
spoilers.
But yeah, so that's his purpose. He has a lot of other purposes, and other rings have sub-monitors, and other rings have several sub-monitors. But seemingly this guy's in prison here by himself forever. So he's gone through eras of being totally insane and then gaining lucidity again.
You know, let's be fair though. He did a better job than Penitive Tangent in Halo 2.
That's fair. Yeah.
He did his job. Insane or not, he did actually do his job.
For a robot that physically can't go rampant, yeah, that guy kind of went rampant. Yeah. He introduces himself. He says, hey, you look cool. Want to help me kill these flood guys? And then kind of against your will teleports you into the middle of another set of Himalayan mountains outside of a huge facility and is like, hey, flood bad. We kill flood. We stop flood. You help me kill flood. And Chief says, okay, that sounds like a good thing. These guys kind of suck.
I don't really have any other choice.
Yes, especially if they are going to consume all life in the galaxy. Is that what you said? Oh. Huh. Yeah, okay, I'll stop it. And then he goes with the monitor through the library, which is a repository of most of the knowledge on that ring. And there's copies of it other places, but it's a huge repository of knowledge. Also, repository of gene banks, seed banks, and I would imagine like technology blueprints and stuff like that. It's just a repository for life and knowledge.
Yes.
It idiotically also has flood in it.
I will say though, so this mission, the library, probably has the single best glow up of the entire game. Maybe that's a hot take.
No, I think you're right.
I think it's an ice cold take. This is not a fan favorite mission.
The library turbo sucks. It is a mission that you're meant to not like because it constantly fucks you every 6 inches that you walk.
The mission is
it's just a nonstop gauntlet. You get minor moments of reprieve, and you know what your reprieve is? Walk down this long ass hallway to the next fight.
Yep. They were like, can we put a zombie apocalypse mission in the game? Because this is going to be the one. And if they could do something to make the mission not fun. Now, I'm not talking about Campaign Evolved. I'm talking about in the original game. If they could do something to make the mission not fun, they did it. But in Campaign Evolved, they somehow did it. They made it into a mission that is enjoyable.
It's enjoyable that somehow still keeps that difficult, like, on-edge feeling. The entire time I'm beating the library, my first playthrough I played on Heroic, so slightly higher difficulty than Sean. Not the highest, but the second one level higher. So, as I'm fighting through, some enemies take 2 shotgun shells, depending on whether they, if I hit them with all the shells or not, or if they're a range, or if they have a shield or not. So some of the Flood don't even die in one hit. I only have 12 shells in my tube, so or 10. I only have 10 shells. Yeah, not even 12 anymore. So, you are constantly on the back foot in this mission in a way that I feel like they actually did really well this time. In the library and also in, the Arbiter, and then what's the mission right after that? Sacred Icon? No, that's comes up later.
Nope, the Oracle.
The Oracle. The Oracle is an example of a Flood mission that sucks ass. There's no room in that mission to run around. There's nowhere to fucking move. It is constantly you're getting fucked by Flood. And it's cool, I guess, because you're at least a Covenant this time, so it's a different way. Whatever, but that and the library both are just like, it feels like you're walking in mud with your bare socks, and it's not fun. But like you said, somehow they reworked it. They made the hallways shorter. They changed the design instead of being like H hallway, H hallway, L hallway, H hallway, H hallway, T hallway, L hallway, H hallway. It's now like you walk into this room and now you have to zigzag around this thing. Now go into this door, open that, now go down here, ride this small elevator to this next room. It didn't feel like you were just going to long infested hallways to an elevator to long infested hallways. They completely changed the architecture of the mission. And I don't think there is a single room that like kept its original feel or look. And that is a compliment in every way it can be, because it's the first time I've ever played the library. And I was like, wow, that was fun.
So in the previous mission, the atmosphere came from the fact that you start off not knowing what's going on. And once you find out generally what's going on, it's just being thrown at you nonstop. And so there's not really a moment for you to think. You just kind of have to act. The library is where now, whether you like it or not, the mission is going to slow down, and you're going to experience why the Flood are a problem. But one of the things that I really enjoy about the visual storytelling of this mission, is because the entire mission is you descending the levels of the library till you could get to the very bottom. And the further down you go, the more infected it becomes, and the more biomass floodified the entire facility is, and the color of the mission changes, because it starts blue at the very top, and by the time you get to the bottom, it's changed from blue to orange to red.
With horrible browns and yellows in there.
Yeah. Another thing I like, and I mentioned this to you before, was the people that worked on this, they had to have known what they were doing, because the elevators you go down in the original game were just these big discs you rode down, and Flood would come in and attack you while you were on the elevator, and you had some area to move around. Instead, in this remake, they took a design of an elevator from Halo 2 and put it and replace those elevators with those elevators that you get to see on another Halo. And it makes it feel cohesive, like this is a copy, like these facilities were made all at the same time, and they're just copy and paste of each other.
With maybe a little bit different here or there, or whatever.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Depending on how they wanted the flavor of the ring to look.
Yes.
Which was mostly a pet project.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very select group of people that were working on this. But the library storytelling now, because in the original game it wasn't like that. It was just monotonous copy and paste hallways with flood bottlenecks the whole time. Now, the further down you go, you can tell things are getting worse. And then in this one, this culminates in a pseudo like mini boss,
which I definitely appreciate. In Halo 3, they introduced a new form of flood, which are like tank variants, and they can transform into an agile variant, and then that can transform back into tank, or it can transform into a turret mode. They took the tank version of that, and they said, yeah, we're going to put that in the game. Fuck the transforming shit, because that was annoying. We're just going to put the fucking berserker tank things in here, and if that thing melees you, you're dead. That's what it does. It's slow, it's bulky, but if it punches you, you're gone. And it has very much health. On heroic, it can take 2 plasma grenades to the face, and then up to 3 shotgun shells afterwards. So yeah, definitely sort of a mini boss, which is nice because they use them sort of sparingly. I was fearing that once they introduced it, they were just going to throw them at me pretty often.
They do on Legendary.
Yeah.
But that's Legendary. That's not meant to be fun. That's meant to
be a challenge.
But I love when you finally get down to, well, before that. So one of the most famous kind of random encounters from this mission was on the original Halo and every remake up to this point. When you got to the very end of the mission, these doors would open and there would be this group of flood, and there was a chance that one of those flood would have a rocket launcher. And everybody knew that on the higher difficulties, you didn't just go through that door because you were going to get annihilated.
You're going to die instantly.
So in this game, I feel that to standardize that, one of the elevators goes down a little bit, and like a lot of these games, the elevator stops. And that will be fine, except for there's a couple enemies that come up to the edge of the ramp that you just came from, and one of them has a rocket launcher. Every single time. They knew what they were doing, and I appreciate it.
They took out the randomization of the rocket launcher guy, and they made it so when there was a rocket launcher guy, he's gonna be here, and he's gonna be ready to fuck you. You need to react.
Yes.
And I appreciate it because it was just random. You would open a door, and is he there? No? Okay, cool. I'll walk around. Oh, he was standing over there on that platform. Okay, great. He didn't walk through the door this time. Awesome. So they could definitely just ruin your run, especially if you're doing like in Anniversary, doing a run with skulls on, and you have iron, and you die, and you have to restart the whole mission. So
yeah, it was well known and well feared.
The other great addition to the library is a nod to the book, The Flood. There is a character in there who is initially recruited by 343, but right before you are, to go do this exact mission that you are, to go fight through the library and try to get the index to turn on Halo. And he makes it a shocking far distance through the level with worse gear than you do. And he, in the community, is like a legend, like one of those really badass side characters. he's so cool that they put him in the game, canonizing him in the games. I mean, all the books are canon, but canonizing him in the game, and now that people can find this guy and learn about him, they're releasing a book from his perspective of this mission. It's not just a snippet of it. It's going to be his whole mission doing this. So it's coming out in October. It's like Parasite's Wake, I believe is the name of the book. And I am very excited for it.
Marvin Marbuto, the man, the myth, the legend.
The guy as tough as Chief. He just didn't have the gear. That was it. It was not skill issue. It was gear issue.
Yep. And he did. He almost made it all the way. He died right outside that door.
And a cool touch in the book lore, which they don't do in the game because they would have to make a custom ass thing for it. But in the lore, he fought so hard and was mutilated so badly that the Flood were like, well, that's not even food. Yep. So he didn't even end up succumbing to the Flood at the end. He just got to die. Which is the best possibility for fighting the Flood. You either win or die. That is the only two good options.
Yep.
So the mission culminates after you fight this last little elevator, and you pick up the index, and 343 is like, oh, sweet, okay, cool. Well, you can't have that. I'm gonna carry that. Well, because I mean, you have flesh. You could be infested. Can't have.
You see that dude that just died outside this door?
Can't have that. So I'm taking that because I'm immune to the Flood. So that's cool. Which I don't even really believe is true because we know that Flood can corrupt even the most powerful and intelligent artificial minds.
Yeah.
So given enough time, I don't think he would be immutable to the Flood. Sounds like one of them would just provide him with a really good option. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm totally Team Flood now."
Tangent.
I get 6 Installation 04s. Okay, sign me up. Yeah. So that mission ends, and he teleports you back to the control room so you can fire this up. And this is but it is now my favorite cutscene in this entire game. The 2 Betrayals cutscene, the beginning intro, is so good because it is completely brand new. There is not a single voice line or sound effect or shot or camera angle or anything that was just the script of the cutscene. It starts with you and 343 appearing, and he's blabbing on about stuff, and then he takes you over to the console. And he's like, all right, shove it in. And Chief looks hesitant. He looks around. He looks hesitant, I guess. Yeah, the best word. And when he goes to take the index from the monitor notices that Chief's being like a little weird and like looks around like, what are you paying attention to right now? It's a really quick, subtle thing that wasn't in the original. Him noticing that Chief is noticing something. Then he takes the index and he shoves it in the machine to turn on Halo. A big hologram pops up indicating what's about to happen with the little subsystems, and then everything just cuts off. And this is another example of, like, I have this line in my head, and because it's said differently, I'm like, oh, that's nice. It's odd. That wasn't supposed to happen. And then Cortana responds, oh, really? And in the original, all she does is like pop out of the computer and goes big mode again and like scares him. And he gets like knocked down and like, whoa, huh? And then he gets back up and instantly responds to her. In the remake, she says, oh, really? And then shoots him with like an energy pulse and like temporarily disables him, allowing her and Chief to actually have like a bit of a one-on-one where she says, do you have any idea what that bastard was about to make you do? Chief just being his hard self.
You had mentioned
But
before that you had mentioned just how long it took for you to go to the swamp in Guilty Spark, because one of the first things she admonishes you is 12 hours. I was alone here for 12 hours.
which for an AI is like 60 years or something.
Yeah. The way they talk about her in the books, how slow everything is in real time. Yeah. For her, it was years.
Yeah, so she's like, you just left me here. Well, that guy and you were just being best friends. You have any idea what he's about to make you do? And Chief's like, oh, yeah, turn on Halo and kill the Flood. Duh. And she's like, you idiot. That's not what it does, technically. I mean, kind of, but not really. She reveals that Halo kills everything except for the Flood. It kills everything in about 25,000 light year radius of this ring. And 343 lets you know in a couple sentences that this ring is not the only one. There are other rings. He doesn't tell you how many in this game, but there are other Halos out there. So cool. Now we have to worry about those. It's just waiting for remote activation from the other ones, or it can be fired manually. So that's what he's trying to do, is get you to fire it manually. So it'll just basically put a energy/radiation pulse that is tuned to kill anything that can be considered sentient, sapient, or has the ability to become it, or has the sufficient biomass to hold a flood spore. Basically gets instantly disintegrated.
Yep.
Not just killed. It doesn't just go like, oh. No, it turns you into like dust. It like Thanos snaps you, basically. It's a very powerful weapon. And ironically, it kills everything except for its target. Because the only way to kill the Flood is to starve them to death. It's the only way to kill them.
Yay.
You can kill like individual ones and whatever, but like you're not really killing them, you're destroying.
And their bodies could still be re-added to the biomass of the whole, so...
Right. So
even in death, they're still useful to the Flood.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So the only solution is to just kill everything else it can eat, and then it'll eventually just die.
Or go dormant.
Or go dormant, because that's what always happens. It finds a nice little dank cave on a Covenant little world, and it's like, all right, cool. I'm just going to sleep here for 60 years. Wait till someone comes and fucks around with me. Yeah, and Chief is like, no, really? Hold on. And 343 now, like, coming to is a construct in the core. There's a lot of, like, I misplaced a little of the dialogue there, but there's a lot of dialogue in between them talking and then 343 responding to Cortana saying, oh, really? In the original, it's right away. I really like the spacing of the new cutscene. So he gets up and he throws a fit, and Chief's like, well, is it true? And he's like, well, yeah, I mean, technically.
Didn't you know?
How couldn't you? I mean...
We just did all the steps together. You should have known.
Were you just doing the steps for fun? I thought we were on the same page. I didn't know I had to explain this to you because I thought that's what you were here for. And I think that's just a cop-out. I think 343 willingly withheld that shit because he's a bastard. Now, something I would have to check my knowledge on. Does it... Because they occasionally refer to Halo as a fortress world, but it doesn't really have facilities on it that can protect you from the pulse.
So, part of what the Halos, the librarian used the Halos for, is a repository for the DNA signatures of all of the life forms that she cataloged.
Within that quadrant of the galaxy, because...
Yeah,
like the one all the way on the other side of the or on the other side of the Milky Way, probably not going to have human DNA. The one that's within the range of Earth probably has human DNA.
Yeah, so whereas like the big Dyson Sphere shield worlds were meant to keep the Forerunners alive, the rings themselves, after they fired, the Sentinels would then go reseed all of the planets with
Okay.
life. So I calling it a fortress makes sense because it's like that Svalbard seed vault thing,
Mhm.
but for life form, or I guess not plant life, but just all life. So I guess calling it a fortress makes some sense.
Sort of, yeah.
It's
But
just a gun. That's
but
all it is.
but my I guess my point of that is it really sucks that when you're on it, it doesn't really seem the control room's not going to protect you from the pulse. The pulse is going to kill you when you fire it.
Yeah, but again, the things, the living things on the Halo are like digital code, so nothing needs to be alive on it.
Yeah, but the guy who fires the ring needs to be on the ring unless he's firing it remotely, which is why they have remote firing. The point is, if you have to go fire this thing manually, you're dead. There's no way you're going to live through that pulse. You're at point blank range.
I mean, the way things were politically for the Forerunners when all of this was going on, I don't think that they cared.
No, that wasn't a big deal.
Everyone was dying anyway.
Yeah, so they built just big rings and said, all right, well, we'll just kill everyone else. Fuck, we can't beat our enemy, so we'll beat the enemy's enemy. Fuck you guys.
Yeah. The Foreigners are kind of bastards.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of right, but also kind of huge bastards. Yeah, I mean, when you're dealing with a force that deadly, you only have a couple of options, and that's why it was the last option, but it was one of them.
And you know what? It didn't even work.
It didn't even work. I mean, it kind of worked, but not really. They need like 45 Halos. That's what they need.
Maybe if every single one of their facilities wasn't secretly a flood testing facility that harbored flood.
Yeah, maybe they didn't just keep spores in every fucking cup that was able to hold one.
Forerunners were bastards.
The fucking bastards and retarded.
Yeah, so you're coming up on it, but what I think about this cutscene was the greatest is once Guilty Spark realizes that Chief isn't going to fire the Halo.
Why would you hesitate to do what you have already done? And then he starts calling in his Sentinels because he realizes, okay, well, I sort of have lost this engagement. That stupid computer bitch just took the index from me, and I don't think I have a backup anywhere, so that's really annoying.
Oh yeah, we didn't mention that. He has been holding on to the physical index this whole time, and she's just like, what if I just took everything that's inside that physical object that makes it do what it's supposed to do, and I put it inside me? Because now you can't delete me, because you'll be deleting the index. And then it cuts to him having that, oh, I'm evil now, where it's just like, it's kind of zoomed in on his central eye. Oh, I'm evil now.
Well, I kind of like that he didn't go red mode.
He just looked angry.
Yeah, he just regular blue sad angry mode. Oh, you guys are give me your construct, or I will be forced to take her from you. That's not going to happen. Okay.
Could you imagine what Cortana would do if she got inside him?
Inside of 343?
Yeah, if he tried to take her, she would just take over a Sentinel and...
Can she, though? Because isn't that, like, an actual, like, mind, though?
Without getting into the deep lore that is 343 Guilty Spark, yes, it was an organic mind in there. But what else is Cortana? She's just a copy of an organic mind.
I guess you're right. She probably would school him.
She would just become a Sentinel and become everyone's problem. Foreshadowing.
Oops.
but yeah, so 2 Betrayals. Another solid mission.
This mission is really simple, like, on paper. It's not, like, as fun and engaging as the other missions. Your only goal is to kill 3 generators because he is trying to manually fire them by charging the generators and forcing the power into the firing mechanism. So if you just go blow up the generators, then he will have to repair the generators, and by then you'll already be able to do another plan. So you're just backtracking through Assault in the control room. You start in the control room and just backtrack out there, down into the canyon that you were in, and pick up a Banshee. You fly up, you kill the first one. You go backtrack some more of the mission. You have to give up your Banshee like right away, every time. Every time you blow up one of the generators, you have to give it up almost immediately after. So you get back on foot, you go to the next section, you hop on a Ghost or a Warthog, travel all the way through the canyons, grab another Banshee, blow up the other one, and just kind of repeat the process until you get to, not exactly at the very beginning of the mission, but very close to where you started the mission. It's like the first canyon where you come out the very first time. You come out there, and you go blow up a third generator, and in the first game, in the original, you had to go into these rooms, and there would mostly be like nothing in there, and you would have to run into this like pillar of light and overcharge your shield into it, like disrupting the energy flow, blowing up the generator. It would knock out your shields, and then they would recharge. You would do that a couple times, and then when you did, enemies would spawn, so it would always put you on the defense because your shields are right down as enemies were spawning. It was annoying, but predictable. You knew that, I'm going to have to go in here, risk my life, and fight through a wave to get out. In the remake, you go in there, and there's 3, like, power cells around the room that you have to just punch, and then that's what destroys the generator. I think that's mechanically better. I think
if not thematically.
It's mechanically and thematically better. It feels better, and it's easier to do. And it doesn't, like, suck whenever an enemy jumps you afterwards. At the very end of the mission, though, the reason I'm bringing this up is in the original and in the remake, Cortana, to get you out of the situation, lets you know that she, during her time in the control room, learned about the teleportation network and can possibly tap into your shields, drain your shields, and use that to teleport. She doesn't know, and she's guessing, so she will try to do it without permanently damaging your shields, and let's only do it once. Her knowing how to do this and being followed up in the original after you doing all this interaction with your shields kind of made sense. You're already using shield tech to interface with this technology, and then at the end of the mission, she says, hey, I can interface with your shield and teleports you. With the removal of the shield breaking mechanism, it's not like it's out of place or anything. It just doesn't, to me, as a fan, feel as cohesive as in the original, where it made sense that you're doing shield stuff, and now you do shield stuff. It just now kind of comes out of nowhere where you're just fighting it off, and then Cortana's like, hey, what if I teleported you? And he's like, I guess. Any comments on that?
I think that either way, because she was in the control room and she's had enough time at this point to know how the Halo works and all of its subsystems, that she wouldn't necessarily be learning that she could do this simply because you were popping your shields.
Okay.
I think it declutters it, and it's just, I learned how to do this while in the system.
That's a good point.
I think it just cleans it up a little bit.
Yeah, fair enough.
It makes a mechanic that didn't necessarily feel good in the original game no longer feel bad. So I'm kind of indifferent about it.
Okay, I think I will concede to my opinion on that. It does feel less clunky, and that's a good thing. I do appreciate the gameplay change, and it's welcomed. The next cutscene starts as you teleport back to the Truth and Reconciliation, because that is apparently where the Flood have brought Keys after they captured him in the mission before this one, 343.
You finally find out what happened to Keys after Guilty Spark, because nothing was ever told to you.
Keys got captured. Johnson made it out. That's a fact.
Yep.
How? Don't worry about it. It's classified. So you start the mission, and in the original and in the remake, they keep a really good joke where Cortana teleports Chief into the ship, but upside down. So he fully materializes and has like a moment of Looney Tune time before he falls on his head. And the reprised voicing of this is so much better because Cortana's so much more like smug and happy about it, and Chief actually has a follow-up later on because of it. So she teleports him upside down, he falls, and he's a little miffed about it. You run through the ship because you're in a part of the ship that has been too heavily destroyed, and it's being overrun by flood. So as soon as you get onto the ship, you have to jump back off the ship, and now you're down in the canyon. And you have to fight your way through the canyon of flood and super high-ranking Covenant fighting each other. It's basically like their strike forces down here. They're not pushover regular forces. Even though they're like really the same forces, but so the mission is either letting enemies fight each other and picking up the slack, fighting both at the same time, or just running. Which I kind of like because in Halo 2, thematically, the second to last mission is identical. You really have no reason to do anything besides sprint through the mission, other than the fact that you might die. There's no real reason to fight the enemies because they're killing each other, and you have an important objective you need to get to right now. It's the same in Halo 2 at the very end, when you have to sprint all the way through High Charity to get onto the Dreadnought before it leaves. And I really like that they kind of kept that same theme. Because they didn't do it for the same theming in the last level. In Halo 1, it's a Warthog run. In Halo 2, it is a sort of Banshee run.
And then there's Halo 3.
Which is another Warthog run, because it's the same ring, so it makes sense.
Yep.
But anyway, so yeah, you fight through the forces, you get back to the gravity lift. A different one that you went up in the first time you were here. You go up the grav lift, and now you're in the ship, and you just gotta fight your way back to the brig and rescue Keys.
The funny thing about this mission is we keep alluding to the novelization of this game.
Mm-hmm.
There is an officer, I cannot remember his name off the top of my head, but he hatches this grand plan that he and other Marines are going to somehow get this semi-destroyed Covenant ship like flight worthy, and they're going to fly it back to Earth. And
how many fucking light years is that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Dude, these guys know how to repair a Covenant warp drive?
That's fine in the first game because due to limitations, the ship wasn't really all flooded up. It had flood on it, but which they could, probably get rid of or whatever and fly it back. In this game, the ship has been completely infested by the flood, and there are flood growths everywhere. So it makes that officer look like a real asshole. Because that was his grand plan, was to fly this very obviously flood-infested ship back to Earth.
Which we know how well flood does on Earth. Very, 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 very good. Earth is kind of perfect for flood.
We'll get to it in a minute of why it's even worse. But previously, in the mission 343 Guilty Spark, I did a little bit of digging. So that Marine that was on the door isn't Jenkins. So Jenkins was infected by a flood, but he somehow had something wrong with him. And the flood, when it infected him, did not take him over completely. And he was basically a consciousness stuck in a body being controlled by another entity, which sounds horrific. Well, he, semi being able to control himself, made it all the way to the Truth and Reconciliation in this mission.
So Jenkins is the one?
Yes,
Oh,
Wallace
wow.
Jenkins is the guy. So, after
that
the events
explains
of,
why he's such an idiot.
after the events of this mission, that officer I mentioned that wanted to get the ship flight worthy does succeed, and he puts Jenkins in one of the prison cells that we were just talking about, and Jenkins regains control of himself enough to allow his flood body to kill all of the Marines on board, so the ship crashes. Real hero. Marvin
Real hero.
Marbuto, almost a hero.
Almost a hero. Right.
Wallace Jenkins, an actual hero. But yes, I feel that this mission with the upgraded graphics and art style is another mission that was taken from like a 6 and it made a 9. It's not a 10, it's not perfect, but it's so good because of what you get to see just in Halo 2. The callbacks make this mission and what could have happened so much more terrifying.
I agree with you. Keys in Halo 1, Keys is my least favorite mission. Back in the day when I was playing through it, I would always skip Keys because there's nothing fun, there's nothing really interesting about the mission other than it's like theming and, getting the closure on the captain.
It's a Covenant ship mission with a slight having to deal with running through water.
Yes.
And gross. It's like one of the only times that Chief doesn't insta-die when he goes underwater is in this mission. Somehow he's able to walk underwater in this mission.
Because he can breathe coolant, you asshole. It's not water, it's coolant.
I'm sorry that I always thought it was just green water.
I thought it was flood slime until I played the mission enough times for her to tell me to jump into the coolant, and I'm like, oh. Okay, so it's like I'm just jumping into... Okay. Anyway, radiator fluid. Nice.
Yeah, but in essence, Keys, the entire mission is a rescue mission, but it's jacked up to the theming and the actual mission story has been so much has been added to it in this one that I actually will enjoy playing through it. So we had mentioned before, well, we'll get to that in a second, but so throughout the mission, you hear Keys kind of telling you to leave him. Mm-hmm. And he keeps repeating stuff. He keeps repeating his name, his rank, his serial number, and as you get closer, he starts apologizing to his daughter and apologizing to Halsey. And the closer you get to him, the more distressed he gets. And
I really like that he says that there's other things inside of him that aren't him.
Mm-hmm. It's just with the new voice lines, because of the new lore that just didn't exist yet when the original game was made, it ramps up just how
it's a much more guttural punch for me. Hearing him call out to his daughter who he's never going to see again.
Yeah, the woman he loved and the daughter he'll never see again. It's just... Because originally it was just him telling you to leave and him kept saying his name and his serial number so that he didn't lose sight of who he was, is he's having himself be taken over.
The terminal for the anniversary version of this Keys dialogue right here, where he is repeating his serial number over and over again, is so good. They really, really do this weight of Keys being taken incredibly. They made it feel important.
With the deep knowledge of Halo, the importance of this mission is also brought home a little bit more, because if you just have base knowledge of Halo, it's like, yeah, he's the captain of the ship. You need to go get the captain. It's that simple. Until you know, till you see what's happening and realize, oh, he has knowledge that needs to not be gotten hold of. Because they mention in the very beginning of the game, like, he mentions the Cole Protocol and Cortana can't be captured and stuff, but there's no explanation of what any of that means.
If you know, you know, but yeah.
Yeah.
You can kind of infer what it means. Like, he says, Cole Protocol, scuttle the ship. It's like, okay, so it's probably a protocol that says you can't let enemies take our ship.
Yeah. In this specific case, it's not the enemy getting a hold of the ship. They're getting a hold of his mind and his knowledge and all of this stuff, and he can't keep it from them. And
which is worse. Yeah, it's definitely worse. Yeah.
And so once you finally get it,
Keyes cements that to you at the very beginning. Like, that's why he gives Cortana to you and says, "Chief, get her off the ship. If the Covenant gets a hold of her, they'll learn everything. Weapons deployment, schematics, Earth."
So, some additional information here of why. So, when you actually get to the room and you get to the cutscene where you find him, it's different than it ever has been before. There are several key things that happen differently. And one of those is Chief's interaction to the thing he has to do. So in the first Halo book, First Strike, you learn that it was Captain Keyes and Catherine Halsey that originally scouted Master Chief when he was still just the kid version, John. Mm-hmm. They're the ones that went to go determine whether he was part of the Spartan program. So Keyes isn't just any random officer. Chief isn't just looking at him like, oh, this is the captain of the ship I'm on. They have history.
It's not quite his dad, because that would be what's his name?
What is that guy's name?
Staff Sergeant, starts with an M. Mendez?
Yeah, Mendez. CPO, Chief Petty Officer Mendez.
Yeah, Mendez is Chief's dad.
Yeah, 100%. He's every Spartan's dad. But yeah, so we get to the control area within the brig of the ship, and Chief finds Keyes attached to something.
Basically, just a living tumor.
Yeah, which that's all it originally was in the original Halo game, because there was no additional lore or information to go off of. It didn't if I recall, it didn't even really, they didn't have a name for it yet.
No, it was basically like one of those egg sac enemies that was like upgraded, distorted, and had Keyes as part of it.
Yeah. So in Halo 2, you were introduced to an entity known as the Grave Mind, which is a hive mind collective consciousness of the Flood. So once enough Flood have collected enough bodies and they bring them all together, they're able to kind of coalesce all of the knowledge that those entities in that biomass had to create a hyper intelligent entity,
a superstructure mind.
Yeah, that can control the Flood. So up to this point, all the Flood that you've seen in Halo 1, they're all feral.
They're all autonomous.
Just kind of acting, acting on instinct.
Programming, which is basically just grow, kill, infect.
They are a virus at this point. But what they're attempting to do with Keyes is turn him into a grave mind, like you find in Halo 2, which would turn all of the Flood on this ring from feral to coordinated, which, because the Truth and Reconciliation will be seen to still be like space-worthy, is a big problem. And so in this game, it's called a proto grave mind, since it's not a full-fledged grave mind yet. behind Keys, this thing is starting to look like the Gravemind from Halo 2. And whoever at Halo Studios decided to do that needs a raise, because it kicks this part of the mission. It's giving me goosebumps thinking about it. Like when I first saw it, it takes something that was so bland in Halo 1 and really shows you what was about to happen and what you actually prevent. Because Chief didn't know. Because no one knew. I mean, the Gravemind is like the secondary antagonist of the entire 2/3 of the original trilogy.
2 and 3, he's like the main bad guy.
So you stopped one of them from being made in the first game. But what I was getting at with other changes is Chief has to get the neural interface that Captain Keyes has, because it contains copious amounts of information that are very important that both the Flood really don't need, and the Covenant also desperately don't need. And in the original game, Chief just kind of shoves his fist through his mouth and rips it out the back of his head, and it just seems like he's just doing what he needs to do, and it's fine. In this game, Cortana has to actually convince him to do it. And then even though he does...
I love her reprise of that role, because she's like, you know what he would want, what he would expect us to do.
What's the other way around? It's expect and then want.
Yeah.
She realizes the error, but... So Chief doesn't just he doesn't like force feed him his fist in this game. He just kind of reaches through the side of his head instead and rips it out, which actually shows that Keyes his body is not dead afterward. But a thing that I noticed in there is that after he gets it, he turns around and he just kind of tosses the neural interface at Cortana, and you can tell he's really distraught about it.
Yeah.
And I chalk that up to the fact that he has serious history with Keyes, and so he was probably a father figure in his life, since the Spartans are really not as old as people think they are. And so he was forced to kill him, and he is not happy about it. And the way Cortana kind of just had to, I guess, goad him into doing it, he's just really distraught.
And I love that they say all of that without a single line of dialogue from Chief.
Yep. It's an odd moment of actual emotion from him. Like in this specific game, he's very reserved. And so to get that moment of body language emotion from him, you can tell something that really struck a chord.
Yeah, because he didn't really start emoting until 3.
Mm-hmm. It makes Keyes go from a mission that's just kind of a flyover mission to one that is...
It's important now.
Yeah. It's wild to think that it was so easy to fix a flawed mission.
And I feel like they did that with almost all the missions in the game, including the last one, which we can get into now. The Maw. After you get the neural interface from him, you get the codes you need to detonate the Pillar of Autumn. Your plan is to supernova the engine and basically blow up enough parts underneath where the thing is stationed to destabilize the rest of the ring.
Yes.
Cortana did the math. It checks out. It's in the right location to do supercritical damage if you can blow it up the right way. So you take a Banshee out of the hangar of Truth and Reconciliation and fly it miles and miles. Because it's night when you leave, and it's daytime, like afternoon time, whenever you get to the Pillar of Autumn.
You fly it so far that when you get to it, the Banshee is like
falling apart. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened during the flight, but yeah, it's literally falling apart. And Cortana says, it's not going to make it. And Chief's like, it'll hold. We're we're not going to make it. Tells him to pull up. And in the original, Chief is flying straight and then kind of just dips down. In the remake, he's flying, he dips down, and then it like explodes and goes left and crashes into the wall. And it takes it like a second or two, and then Chief's hand, and he climbs himself up. And Cortana says, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" In the original, nothing else is said. But in this, Chief making fun of Cortana and cementing their friendship and banter is like, there must have been something wrong with the coordinate data, which is what she told him when she dropped him on his head in the last mission. So he nearly killed both of them as a spite to Cortana, because he's like, yeah, don't play around with me. I know you did that shit on purpose.
Apparently he needs to keep his head down. There's 2 of them in there now.
I really like that only plays if your shield cracks and you take health damage. And if you're really good at Halo, you've never heard that dialogue. So you beat that mission and you're like, oh. And then whenever she says it in 3, you're like, okay.
So before we get into this mission, I just want to throw it out there. To me, this mission, it makes no sense that there is a single Flood or Covenant enemy in it. This ship is in the middle of nowhere. Why are the Covenant here? Why are the Flood here?
I would imagine, the Covenant might be here because salvaging human wreckage, and maybe you can get some info from us. Why are the Flood there? I agree with you completely. Makes no sense for them to be anywhere near that part of the ring.
It's just, I get it. It's a mission. There needs to be enemies because it would be so boring without them. Mm-hmm. But it just doesn't make any sense to me. That being said, on the tail of that, this mission, I loved every single detail they put into it. They took what is usually just the, okay, let's get this game over with mission, and just, again, every single bit of it, not to the same level as the library, but throughout the entire mission, there's only a couple things I'm like, what? Like, the door still having power doesn't really make sense to me, but
fair.
So for one, like, not to get to the part I really, that everybody will want to talk about, but whenever you get into the engine room midway through the mission, mm-hmm. and there's holes in the ceiling, so you see the shafts of light coming down,
and there's sand in the room. It's nice.
Mm-hmm. It's just there are details that didn't necessarily need to be there, but it makes it feel plausible that this is a ship that has been spending probably a week or more now, mm-hmm. just out in the desert. Like, it's great. Just the whole of the mission. The cutscenes in the mission are so good. It makes me so happy.
I really appreciate it because it's so easy for them to just miss little things, but they catch so many details that they didn't need to catch, but they did, and they put them in the game because it matters. In the cutscene where you get to the bridge and Cortana is starting the countdown, as I mentioned earlier, Sentinels come to attack you and, surprise attack you. And it is the first and only time in the first game that I can remember that in a cutscene, your shields actually exist. You get hit by a sentinel beam in the cutscene, and shields, like all the shield distortion, all the yellow particle effects are on you in the original game. In the remake, the sentinel shoots, and they could have had it not shoot. They could have had it miss. But instead, it still hits Chief, and they made sure to render every single tiny little hexagon of his shield where it got hit and where it closes back in. It is such a small little detail that they made sure to keep the Sentinel hitting him and showing the shield in a cutscene. I love it.
It's great.
It shows me they care, and that's what I was hoping for.
as just mentioned before, from here you go to the engine room we're going up there, but Guilty Spark is in the engine room and he shuts us out. So we had to go down to the engine room because we're going to blow it up manually.
Yep, we're just going to shoot each vent of the engine and blow up the vents, and then it's going to overheat itself.
In the original game, I detested this part. I hated having to go in and throw the grenades in the holes, and I hated this part of the campaign. This time round, the room is so beautiful, I actually want to be in it. It's
beautiful, and it feels like it's less weirdly open. It felt like a huge, like, weird liminal space in the original game because of how big the engine room was and all the weird little corridors on the side.
Mm-hmm.
It feels so much more streamlined because you have natural light coming in here, and it feels like because of the details, the corridors aren't just these empty, weird maintenance hallways.
Yeah. And the inclusion of new weapons makes it so much easier to blow up the actual, like, engine parts that you need to blow up. I don't need to perfectly throw a grenade. One of the things that I experienced, and I didn't stick around long enough, but in the original game, you had to wait for the vents to open before you got to throw a grenade in there.
Yeah, you had to go up there, open the terminal, the thing would have to pull the coolant tube off the vent, or vent? I don't know, it's like a
whatever.
shaft.
I don't even really know what it is.
A thermal shaft? It's like a big cable that goes in and sucks heat out. I don't know, whatever. But either way, you open the shaft, and then there is a vent in there that'll open, and then it'll close. And it'll open, and it'll close. And you have to hit it when it's open. In the remake now, you just pull the shaft off of the vent and expose it, and as long as you hit the red behind the little blocker, you're going to do damage to the vent and blow it up.
It was so easy to just take a rocket launcher and just shoot it and move on.
Yeah, in the original, I would almost not use the rocket launcher because it would take a weapon slot, and it would not really be effective to use against anything except for the vents. And God forbid, the timing's off and you waste a rocket and have to go all the way back to the armory.
Yep. You had mentioned that if you want to backstep on the armory, now that you mentioned it.
Yeah, in the original, it's one of those choices that are given to you. It's a sort of side objective as you're approaching the engine room to start cracking the shields off of it. Cortana lets you know, hey, if you go that way instead, you can go to the armory and suit up. And if you do, you go there and you have a little encounter with a stealth elite or stealth flood elite, one of the two. And then you get to grab shotgun, assault rifles, pistols, whatever. All the UNSC weapons are in there basically, except for a sniper. And you can gear up, grab rockets, grenades, everything you need. And then you have to backtrack back to the engine room. In the remake, they said, well, why give you the choice? Like, what if you miss it? What if you weren't listening to Cortana? What if somebody was in the room and said something? Why not just put the engine room directly adjacent to the armory? It would make sense, like, schematically, I don't think. I don't know why you would have live ammo next to the engine room, but regardless, now, yeah, you can blow up the engine. Put in the armory right next to the resupply ammo button. There should be a blow up the engines button, just in case. But yeah, so now you have to go through the armory to go into the engine room. So you are de facto prepared to go in there, which made, again, it even easier because I didn't have to go choose to go get a rocket launcher. I just walked in the room and there was one on the floor. I'm like, oh, sweet, that'll help in the next room. It's one of those little changes that I feel like makes a bigger impact than you realize in the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It just the going into the actual engine room and not having to deal with the jankness of how they originally set it up. And I can't even see the justification for why they set it up that way. It was just more stuff they had to script.
Mm.
But after this, it's the culmination of the entire game, and somehow they took something that was already something I enjoyed doing and made it even better.
The famous Warthog run. So after you crack the engines, the thing is going super critical, and you have, from the time you blow it up, it's unscripted, but you have about 9 minutes. So by the time you get to the Warthog run, you have about 6 minutes or less, depending on the difficulty you're playing on.
Yeah. On Legendary, it's 5 minutes.
So you have 5 minutes to get 3 or 4.5 kilometers.
Yep.
And this is another one of those attentions to details that was like sort of back added. The escape vehicle that you're going to is a longsword bomber that is on the opposite end of the ship in Hangar Bay 7. In the very first mission, when you're on the bridge, if you're looking around at the consoles, you can see little schematics of the fighting, like the dog fighters that are going on out in space right now. And you can see all the longswords that are currently deployed. Number 7 is not deployed and is currently ready and fully armed and fueled. It's ready for deployment, but nobody did deploy it. So after Keys crashes the Maw onto the desert, that is the longsword that is there for you. That's why it's there. It's because somebody didn't use it in the fight for some reason. Some guy died. Whatever reason you want to come up with. Number 7 wasn't launched, and that's why it's there for you at the end. And they didn't have to add that little screen there, but somebody did. Because it's like, oh, hey, wait, isn't later there going to be a ship here that you use? I really appreciate that. I really, really do. And I really appreciate the Warthog run. Initially, when you come up from this freight elevator, and you're in a room with some Warthogs that look like they are being repaired or like on repair bays or something like that. And because of the old graphics and whatever, things just randomly start exploding, including the Warthogs, but they can't explode because they have infinite health because of the Halo 1 UNSC vehicles can't blow up. So they're exploding constantly, but they're not doing anything, they're just exploding. So if you find one that isn't exploding, you can take that one out and drive it. In the remake, none of them are really exploding. The bays look like they make sense, and there's a second room that actually is the repair bay and not just where the vehicles are being parked. And you can see like Warthogs up on cranes and on repair things and like ones with missing wheels. It is really cool that you actually pass through the vehicle bay instead of something that maybe was a vehicle bay and then just a weird big ass huge tunnel. It makes sense sort of now that this area of the ship would be there. Maybe it is a vehicle testing ground. Maybe it is, just maintenance shafts. Maybe it's like on the Death Star where you just have this weird spine on it. Doesn't really specifically matter, but it feels like it would actually be there now. And with the updated graphics and cohesiveness to its design, I feel like it looks and feels really good going through it. They did a great example of keeping in original stuff and adding in new stuff. There's new rooms, and then there's old rooms. So, like, you'll be going through one of the rooms, and you'll do a jump that you did, 20 years ago, and then you'll land in the same little divot you did, and you can go right or go left or go up top on the middle or go all around the edges. And then the next room is like a new room. And then the room after that is remixed. So it's an old room, but it's like, now we changed the design of it. So it's still the same Warthog run, yet it feels completely new.
And then there's one massive difference that makes it so much cooler.
What?
Right in the middle of the run, there's the outside section.
Oh, yeah. Because in the original, a lot of people were like, what the fuck is this segment here? Because it was basically the ship was in like almost perfect condition, and then you come to this weird bridge where the entire ship was like sliced in half by like a Gundam beam saber. And then somebody put up a small bridge in between that giant slice. And somehow that's how the ship was just flying around out in space.
Yeah.
So they made that more cohesive and realistic now. and now that entire part of the ship is like cratered in, and the only part of that segment that's still left is that little bridge that is attaching what used to be a complete segment.
Yeah. It's just cool that you're inside the ship, and then suddenly it just opens up and you're going down this giant hill just to go right to the other side to go up this giant sand dune hill, because you got to go back into the ship because the entirety of the Pillar of Autumn has been broken in two, basically. And so, yeah, you zoom up into the other one, and when you get to the other side of the ship, it's like all on fire.
It's on fire. It's exploding, and there's flood swarming it. And it's just flood. They haven't had a chance to like infest the ship yet. It's just all of their forms. At the beginning of, or at the end of the mission, and if you fail this Warthog run, you can see armies and armies and armies of flood like pouring in from every direction. And to your point, why are they going to the Maw? But regardless, that's where they're all just pouring in, like walking across the desert. And to your point, yeah, it's incredible that now this little outside segment exists because it feels like it should. That's where the ship, that's where the ship like bellied out and it's split in half.
The closest I can think of why the flood would be there is it's a subtle reminder of how close Keys got to becoming like the beginnings of that Gravemind. Is that since you were talking about what your plan was in that room, the proto Gravemind was able to coordinate the flood enough to try and stop you.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Kind of like how after you kill Keys, or not kill Keys, but you rip like the neural lace out of the back of his head, suddenly every single flood in that mission like zeroes in on you. Because they get like way more aggressive immediately afterward.
Which it's another nod to like deeper understanding of these themes.
Yeah. But so yes, this middle area of the Warthog run, it doesn't change the Warthog run in any tangible way. It's just something new that made it the whole thing more interesting, so that it's not the same like general design of
basically they took out one of the obstacle rooms from the original game and put in a cinematic room. Yeah.
And then you get to Foehammer. Unfortunately, it's where we lose Foehammer because
she's fast and low.
Yeah. To be honest, I always know it's going to happen, so I'll watch it one playthrough, and then every other playthrough I'm like, okay, exactly bye,
Foehammer. I my first Warthog run, I sprinted all the way to Foehammer, and I stopped and I watched her die, and I'm like, oh, that's so nice. I'm never going to see this again, so bye.
Yeah, I'm never stopping for her again because it saves me absolutely and actually it'll cost me time. So
it costs you like 20 or 30 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. And then really the only other thing of note on the Warthog run is you get like, if you happen to lose your Warthog, there's one other Warthog that you can get. And then they change it up. So previously in the Warthog run, there are these kind of shortcut tunnels that you can take to help save time. After Foehammer's death, the next two doorways are fake outs. And then the third one has an Easter egg of a grunt who's really disappointed in his food choices.
I like that they keep the chatty grunt in the best games. He's in one remake, 3. There's one in Reach. I think there's one in Infinite.
Yeah, it's great. And when you end the Warthog run, it ends pretty much the same way it's always ended, where you have to get out of your Warthog and you have a sprint at the very end. And then this time around,
I had an overshield because I had equipment.
This time around, you get more of a cutscene, and it's not just, oh no, I gotta fly away. Chief almost doesn't make it.
I really appreciate the change from him entering from the back of the longsword into the actual cockpit.
Mm-hmm. It made it feel more of like an actual fighter than like a bomber, I guess. I guess it's still technically a bomber, but you know.
Yeah, but like,
I agree.
Why would a bomber have like weird like cargo bay doors like that?
Yeah,
it would have the lower bomb doors.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Fair enough.
So I appreciate the change because it makes more sense. It makes the longsword feel more correct.
Chief makes a bad decision and it almost doesn't. It almost gets him killed.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, he stows his assault rifle away in the little like cup holder area right here, and then he drops it behind his seat as one of the pure forms is attacking him. And hey, wouldn't you know it? He did keep it loaded. There was a bullet in that gun. Chief pulls out Miranda's pistol and kills the pure form.
Yep.
I mean, we could say maybe he loaded it or whatever, but we never saw him put a magazine in it, and I wasn't carrying a pistol at that time, so.
But I think that the Warthog run, it's not any tangible way different than it was ever, but I think that just the subtle changes they made to it. Like, I wasn't expecting that giant open area, and so when I hit it, I was like, "Whoa! I'm not expecting this. What is this?" And when the Warthog is struggling to get up the hill on the other side, I was like, because I whenever I was doing that on Legendary, I was like, "Oh, I don't think I'm gonna make it." But it was great. And to be fair, the whole campaign's great. It's, as you said before, everything that wasn't great about it has been improved enough to make it so that I didn't hate playing through the game 3 times on my hunt for all the achievements. So I didn't get bored of it. I enjoyed each one. And is in all Halo games, it's got a legendary ending, and they didn't cop out and copy the original one, so that makes me happy too.
I think I saw a spoiler of it earlier, but not the whole thing. So
I will spoil it for you.
Yeah, I'll have to reward myself and check it out.
Yep, it's a good one. Yeah. The only without actually spoiling anything in it, it does 100% look you right in the eye, wink, and say, "Guess what? Halo 2 remake is coming." So, which the thing that's not legendary ending that I guess we would talk about is that there is an after game cutscene
on all difficulties post-credit scene.
Yeah. I also
which is not a new cutscene. It's backported from the CE anniversary.
Yes. One thing I did learn is because I didn't check it out in game, but the OG Easter egg, the song "Siege of Madrigal,"
yes,
on Assault in the Control Room, is not in its original location.
It's not.
It plays.
It's not there, or because I was looking for it. I went to go look for it because, of course. And then it wasn't there, and I thought maybe I just found it wrong or whatever. I was like, okay, whatever. And then I came back to 2 Betrayals, and I'm like, okay, of course, they're going to put it on 2 Betrayals instead of Assault in the Control Room. And then I went to go to the place, and it's out of bounds.
It plays late in the credits.
It is the last... No, not only is it play at the end of the credits, it is the first time they have a Siege of Madrigal extended cut. It is not the 3 or 4... I don't know how music works, like stanzas, bars, verses, whatever it is.
Well, yeah, whatever.
It only goes like 4 of those in the original song. It's only like 1 minute and 58 seconds. But in the credits, at the end of the game, as a reward to you, you get to hear it in all of its glory in an extended, beautiful cut. And it will play until literally the ending second of the cutscene. Or of the credits.
That right there, for me, shows that someone has ball knowledge.
It's got to be more than one people, but yeah, definitely. Whoever did that was like, "No, don't put it in the game. No. If you want it, you have to find it. And you can't miss it if you're looking for it.
Yep. Because the last time I personally recall it being in a Halo game was back when Bungie was still making them. Halo Reach.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. The Siege of Madrigal, Club Herrera. And Never Surrender, which is so weird. I was talking to a friend about it. Never Surrender is a soundtrack exclusive, like a CD exclusive for the Halo 2 soundtrack. It doesn't play in the game ever. There's literally no way to get it to play. It's not even in the disc files, I'm pretty sure. It's just a like weird club remix of different voice lines and different themes throughout this thing. But what's even more interesting and is almost all of the audio comes from Halo 1, not from Halo 2. The only real thing that comes from Halo 2 is the guitar riff in Never Surrender. So they did all Halo 1 shit, threw a Halo 2 guitar on it, threw it on the Halo 2 soundtrack, and then didn't release it in-game until Halo Reach. That is a weird Easter egg song.
Yeah. It's a good one, though.
Alert. Tekken and Covenant movement. It's really good.
When I found out that they put Siege of Madrigal in this game, I was just, that's complete. That is the cherry on this sundae. The icing on the cake. It was just, it just made me appreciate that there are people there that have shown that they care. Maybe the corporate side of things doesn't, but the people making the game do.
They still care, and they showed it to me. And that's what I was asking. I just wanted to know that you guys know what made Halo 1 special. And I think they do. They'll never ever recreate, because it's impossible. You can't go back in time. They'll never create, LAN parties and people bringing over thousands of pounds of equipment to go hang out with their bros and, playing Halo for 12 hours at a time. They won't be able to recreate that. But you know what they did? They recreated the campaign. And it felt just as good as when I was a kid.
It kind of sucks that what I'm hoping is a vocal minority of people are so unhappy about such small aspects of the game that they seem to want it to fail. Why? Because if you're a fan of Halo, you want it to succeed, because if this game doesn't do well, then what gives them the incentive to make another one, let alone a new game, not just a remake. Mm-hmm. And I believe they've proven to me that they could remake Halo 2. Not just with pretty cutscenes, that they could actually do it justice. And I really hope deep down that we get a Halo 3 remake finally.
I deserve it.
And I don't need these games to have multiplayer.
No,
that's fine.
I've seen so much people bitching about it. I'm like, who cares? Go play Infinite. Go play MCC. You have every single Halo game at the touch of a finger. Just go play that.
My whole deal with multiplayer is that I feel like we're so beyond the time when that was as important as it was, and even in Infinite, they're still trying to hold on to this e-gaming scene with it. That's you're not that's Fortnite and StarCraft. They have that shit on lockdown. Halo had it at one point, its battle with COD and all that, but those days are long since over. You can make a fine multiplayer, but it's never going to reach the peaks that it reached in the past.
And also, know what? That's okay.
With the corporate mindset, they want to monetize everything, and unless you're doing things the Fortnite or COD way where you're monetizing skins and stuff, you can't really monetize the multiplayer like that.
No, and people hate when you do, so.
Yeah. I would just prefer that they put all of their eggs in a campaign basket and deliver something to the quality that they did of Halo Campaign Evolved. Just make it complete and go on. I'm not waiting for DLC. I'm not waiting for any of that. This was a complete game. It functioned. Not a single time while playing it, did I ever have a game-breaking bug, a crash?
I had exactly one crash and one failure to launch because of software.
Well, I mean, I guess I did have a crash. My GPU kind of died on me, but yeah, I don't actually blame Halo for that.
Right.
But yeah, I'm satisfied.
I think that's all that we were looking for. I just wanted to be satisfied. I just wanted to spend my money on a game and not regret it.
Yeah, I sure don't.
And to support Halo Studios and to vote with my wallet, I will be buying a second time on PlayStation. So when you come over, we can play it, and I can play it with my girlfriend.
Hell yeah.
So I think that pretty much culminates everything that we have to say about it, without repeating ourselves or backtracking on stuff. But on the show, we usually end with plugs, but I know you don't really have a social media presence, so nothing really to plug. So we'll go right into our last segment, which is, what was your favorite part of Campaign Evolved?
My favorite part,
favorite aspect, the favorite thing about it.
I think my favorite thing about the whole cohesive experience was that every mission had something that surprised me. Something I wasn't expecting to see, because the state of gaming right now, I expect to be disappointed, and I knew that going into this, that it was probably going to be, this is how they're going to make money so they can make the next Halo. And I loaded it up, made it through the first mission, and was already like, okay, maybe this isn't what I was braced to experience. And then you get the little details, and it just kept building and building and building through the experience. And I felt that as a fan, someone somewhere in that studio appreciated my time and my nostalgia. So yeah, I think my favorite thing about the game is that there wasn't a single mission in the entire game where something didn't surprise me in a positive way.
That is very well said. And I think I'd be hard pressed to find something besides that. I'm glad I already had an answer, because wow, that's a good one. But I want to say my favorite part is how well what was reprised. I was sort of expecting Steve and Jen to just come in and read the lines again, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even really think that they were going to do that. I just expected MP3s to play again, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Those two dedication to the franchise is something that I really hold dear, because if Cortana got recasted at any point, it wouldn't be the same. If Chief was a different guy, it wouldn't be the same. And it's possible to continue without those characters, but not in Campaign Evolved. So all the major characters coming back and being brand new versions of themselves is what I love so much, because it feels like somebody cooked me my favorite meal with brand new ingredients that I didn't know were in there. 343 killed it. The new Johnson is incredible. Keyes is awesome. And Jen as Cortana and Steve as Chief just knocked it out of the park. Every single time they spoke, I was like, this is what I'm talking about. So, the reprisal of the roles is my favorite thing. They knocked it out of the park, and I didn't feel like they were just doing a job.
Phoning it in.
Yeah, because I've heard both of their cameos, and they do great on Cameo, but it's not the same. You know, they're not working on Halo. Yeah, and they don't have Microsoft Studios behind them with billions of dollars of equipment. But yeah, I would say that's my favorite thing. So I would also agree with you though. Every single time something new or different happened, it wasn't like, oh man, it was, oh, huh, okay, cool. I don't recognize this. I like that.
Yep. Never being worse, always being the same, and then a little bit extra. It was great. And as we, the only re-step I'll make is that comment I made to you. For every one thing I can complain about, I can find 7 things that had me hyped.
We didn't even talk about how good the new weapons are. Like the new shotgun is I think it's probably the best shotgun in the franchise. It's so fun and good.
The Sentinel Beam's so good.
The pistol is good. The sniper feels a little underwhelming, but it's a laser beam pinpoint click scan machine. And that's what it was in the Halo 1. It fired steam bullets at people and they melted. That's what it did.
Yep.
So yeah. If you have made it this far into the show and you haven't already played Campaign Evolved and you're a Halo fan, those are the things. Go play it. If you were worried that you wouldn't like it, if you were worried they were going to ruin it, if you were worried it wasn't going to meet your expectations, it will blow you away. It is absolutely worth the price tag. And if you don't want to buy it now, wait a couple months and I'm sure you can get it for $20. So, I would like to thank everyone for joining. Until then, we'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.